Dear friends, I'm thrilled to kick off this conference today. The title of the conference is Anti-Corruption. Is it just a matter of integrity? That's the question. I'm excited to participate and listen to all speakers from all over the globe who will share with us their competencies and their experience. But now please allow me to thank all participants from all these countries. Countries are Belgium, Bangladesh, Brazil, Switzerland, Croatia, Germany, Spain, Egypt, El Salvador, Ethiopia, France, Guatemala, Italy, India, Indonesia, Iraq, Kenya, Lebanon, Liberia, Libya, Malaysia, Malta, Mexico, Nigeria, Netherlands, North Macedonia, Portugal, Pakistan, Peru, Romania, Congo, Sweden, South Africa, Senegal, Sierra Leone, Somalia, Turkey, Trinidad and Tobago, Tunisia, United Kingdom, Ukraine, United States of America, Yemen, and Zimbabwe. So enjoy the conference.
My name is Lorenza Nasini, and I'm your co-host today. We have a very distinguished lineup of speakers today who will share with us their insights on tackling corruption from different perspectives and probably also local aspects, I would presume. So without further ado, I think we can get started with our first speaker, Sevda Huseynova. So I'm sorry for my pronunciation. You can tell me. Ethics and Compliance Officer from SOCAR Midstream Operations in Azerbaijan.
Thank you, Lorenza, for introduction. Good morning, good day, everyone from all over the world. Yes, today I'm representing the state oil company of Azerbaijan Republic, SOCAR Midstream line. And today I'm going to speak about the leadership and culture of integrity as the role of the company management in promoting the business integrity. Let me share my presentation and let me know when you say it, please. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
If you see it, then I'm going on with my presentation. So today I'm going to talk to you about this. We will explore the critical role of leadership and culture of integrity in state-owned enterprises with a focus on the tone from the top of the supervisory board, executive management, and we will see the highlights on why the tone at the top is important, and also in ensuring the compliance and ethical standards. We will also highlight the importance of this topic for the state-owned enterprises, given their public accountability and role in national development. So why integrity matters specifically in the state-owned enterprise. We are more or less proudly speaking about the business integrity in the private sector, especially in the international organizations. But when it comes to the state-owned enterprises, it becomes another challenge. So for the state-owned enterprises are unique entities. They serve both public and commercial interests, so making the integrity cornerstone of their operations. Culture of integrity ensures trust, sustainability, long-term success, which is more or less very important for state-owned enterprises, given their visibility and impact on society. Here, as you see, the why it's important? Because state-owned enterprises play a critical role in national economies and public service deliveries. They often held to higher standards of accountability and transparency due to their public ownership, and a culture of integrity ensures trust, sustainability, and long-term success. Going from there, tone at the top refers to the ethical attitude and behavior demonstrated by an organization leadership. It sets a standard for acceptable behavior and influences the entire organizational culture. For state-owned enterprises, it's even more critical because they are held to higher standards of accountability. Leadership actions are closely being monitored, watched, regulated by governments, citizens, in some countries with the regulators or the external parties like the investors, shareholders, etc. So the strong tone from the top ensures the alignment with public interest and the ethical governance, which is, of course, essential for maintaining public trust. For compliance and business integrity, we are usually discussing that the trust is the starting point. Trust of the stakeholders, trust of the government, meaning the stakeholders, all the stakeholders like governments, employees, citizens, communities, environment. So to gain their trust, if you gain their trust, it says that you are on the good track, good start of the business integrity pathway. So role of the tone at the top starts with the role of the supervisory board or whatever structure it is. But in our case, this is the supervisory board as a state-owned enterprise. So supervisory board plays a crucial role in ensuring the integrity within the state-owned enterprise, and their responsibilities include oversight, setting ethical standards, and managing risks. From that point, meaning the oversight and governance, the board must ensure compliance with the laws and regulations, monitor executive management, and of course promote transparency in decision making. On the risk management, of course, this is full compliance programs and integrity, anti-corruption efforts are starting with the risk identification and by identifying and mitigating risks related to corruption, fraud, unethical behavior, but not limited to that, also the risk of breach of sanctions, risk of the breach of competition, are all the cornerstones of the compliance programs. And as the risk management function of the supervisory board, this should be tracked, monitored, and overseen by the supervisory board as well. The best practice here to have the regular training on ethics and compliance for board members to ensure independent audits and to have in place the whistleblower protection mechanisms and channels. Also, the clear communication of ethical expectations to all employees is very critical. Now, let me say you from practice in our company, all the board meetings are starting with the first safety moment and the second with the ethics and compliance moment. We are the oil and gas company, being a commercial and technical operator of the international gas export pipeline, which goes from Azerbaijan to Turkey and from Turkey to Italy, connects to the Trans-Adriatic pipeline. So with South Caucasian pipeline, TANAP and TOP, this makes a one value chain. So our board meetings through this, we are ensuring that the tone of the top is maintained regularly. It's not only the board, but the executive management is responsible, similarly like the board. Their role is leading by example, of course, to demonstrate ethical behavior in all actions and decisions, and keeping themselves accountable to the same standards as the employees. And all the ethical policies and procedures are the same level applicable to the executive management, including the disciplinary actions. So another role of the executive management is implementing the integrity policies. As a company, we have a set of ethics and compliance policies and procedures, which are estimated to be enforced across the organization, and they are integrating the integrity into the business processes and decision making. And of course, fostering a speak-up culture, management encouraging employees to report unethical behavior without the fear of retaliation is real success. And the management is expected to act promptly on the reports of misconduct. And the best practices here is the regular communication about the importance of integrity and recognition and rewards for ethical behavior, of course, and to demonstrate the zero tolerance for violating the ethical policies and procedures. So on how we build the culture of integrity in the state-owned enterprise. Building a culture of integrity requires clear values, training, accountability, transparency, and definitely the engagement of all stakeholders. As a state-owned enterprise, we defined and communicated our core values, ensuring that they align with the public interest and the stakeholders' expectations. We regularly provide training on ethics, compliance, and anti-corruption, not only to our employees, but also to our stakeholders, third-party suppliers, contractors, and including our board members and shareholders. Through these trainings, we use real examples to illustrate the importance of integrity. On accountability, of course, while we are investigating the unethical behavior, we are demonstrating the clear consequences for this. We are also aiming, we haven't done this, but we are aiming to publish reports on governance, compliance, and integrity efforts to demonstrate our commitment. In terms of stakeholder engagement, stakeholder mapping exercise here is the starting point. While saying the stakeholders, state-owned enterprise has the variety, a big picture of the stakeholders. So it's important to build trust through open communication and responsiveness throughout this our engagements. Because as a state-owned enterprise, our key stakeholders are not only the government and the community and public, but our employees, different investors, the shareholders, because state-owned enterprises are getting into the joint ventures, stock, open stock and joint stock companies, etc. So this means that they have to comply with not only the local laws and legislations, but also the international laws and legislations, which are being brought by the investors and the counterparties of the business alliances. Of course, it's not the easy thing. There are lots of the challenges in the state-owned enterprises to ensure their business integrity. You may all know that Azerbaijan is not yet on the proud stage saying that we are in a good position in terms of the corruption, bribery, and the transparency index for the Azerbaijan is we can consider low. We are on the red marks on the transparency index. However, the efforts of the state-owned enterprises, which are being implemented throughout the last couple of years, is very obvious. and this is very good practices that we are implementing. However, there are the challenges, and I have listed some challenges which are not only for us but also the common challenges for the other state-owned enterprises. The first is the political interference in decision making, because as it says, it's the state-owned, so the political interference is inevitable. Balancing the commercial goals with the public service obligations is also one of the challenges, and resistance to change from the entrenched cultures. Some countries have already established cultures, and as we know, we can change policies, procedures, we can change everything, the systems, infrastructure, but changing the social behavior, cultural behavior is something that comes by time. So it's hardest thing in the transformation of change. Slowly by slowly, we are moving towards that. So how we can overcome these challenges? This is an example to all the state-owned enterprises. Of course, the first thing is the tone at the top and strengthening the independence of the supervisory board. If the board will be independent, or at least have some independent members, and if the board will be very well trained on its oversight role, on how to oversight the compliance, what kind of anti-corruption roles they have, can help to overcome these challenges. So there should definitely be the clear guidelines to manage the conflict of interest. And of course, there is a need to invest in leadership development to build ethical decision-making skills. As we say this, for example, the training programs for leaders on ethical decision-making can help mitigate the risk of political pressure influencing the business decisions. This is one of the examples. Going forward, I would like to present you to make a floor for some questions. I will conclude with the key takeaways. For ensuring the business integrity and to ensuring that the leadership role, there is a leadership commitment for the business integrity, the first takeaway is the tone from the top to be set as a foundation for culture of integrity. Supervisory board, executive management play critical roles in promoting ethical behavior. And no matter how strong compliance program or compliance officer you have, unless you reach the top level commitment, your board and executive management roles in promoting ethical behavior, your program implementation will not be efficient. And building a culture of integrity requires clear values, training, accountability, and stakeholder engagement. So what we can do as a state-owned enterprises, my recommendation is that we need to prioritize integrity to maintain the public trust. This is also crucial to achieve the sustainable success. Of course, leadership must lead by examples. They should be the role models and ensure that the integrity is at the heart of all operations. And integrity should be embedded in all levels of the organization. Integrity and corruption, compliance is not the role of only the compliance person or the legal or compliance units or the management. This is the role of all levels and all people in the company, and the success lies if you are able to communicate down cascade to all levels in the organization the importance of the integrity. Of course, as we already discussed, the leadership commitment is non-negotiable. Here is.
Thank you very much, Sevda. Thank you for your valuable insights, actually, from a state-owned enterprise point of view. Of course, I understand that it's such a front-facing and prominent company, of course, that must of course tackle corruption on a daily basis, I guess, due to the public appearance. So thank you very much for that. So next speaker we have Zurab. I will not be able to pronounce your surname, Bezhanishvili, sorry, founder at International Community for Georgia Development and Progress in Georgia.
Thank you
very much for joining us. I'm sorry.
Thank you for introduction. I'm Zurab Bezhanishvili from Georgia, and I'm a public administrator. Had a long-term experience in communication with government. So now I'm a president of and founder of non-government organization. So I can dive deep into the sphere of civil society, and the next my role is independent researcher. So as public administrator, I can criticize society and civil society, and as civil society representative, I can criticize the public administration, and then as an independent researcher, I can criticize both of them. So, and I had a long-term research as a public administrator, as an independent researcher, and not only the corruption of SEM and national security also. So I want to present you some insights which I gained from this research long term. So Georgia's the title is Georgia's Fight Against Corruption: Lessons Learned, Crafting Solutions, and the Road Ahead. So the Georgian case teaches us about the complexity of corruption, particularly because corruption is a self-reinforcing phenomenon. During the anti-corruption reforms in Georgia, the dominant narrative portrayed corruption as an illness. However, the practice has shown that corruption is not the disease itself, but rather a symptom. It infiltrates areas where there is a lack of immunity, exhibiting systemic, institutional, communicative, controlling, integrating, and cultural weaknesses and the other problems. At the first stage of anti-corruption reforms in Georgia, there was a belief that democratization and the reduction of government control would lead to the defeat of corruption. These two hypotheses were criticized by numerous practitioners and researchers, including Matthew Stephenson, as well as the idea that corruption is merely a cultural phenomenon. However, the Georgian case demonstrates that the types of corruption we focus on are crucial in determining the outcomes. For example, while democratization processes may help overcome institutional, bureaucratic, and judicial corruption, they cannot address grant corruption, corporate capture, or elite oligarch corruption. The backlash against democratization in Georgia is linked to bad governance, which was not immediately visible due to the unique aspect of Georgian state building. Georgian government institutions, civil societies, infrastructure, and the military were all financed by Western funds. Georgia did not produce public goods without foreign support and control over implementation. In such a context, a poor country like Georgia, which was gaining popularity on the global stage, saw its local processes automatically become entangled in the global corruption system, where corporations, governments, international organizations, and other entities operated within the neoliberal global economic system. Thus, if you pull any thread of local events in Georgia, you will always find its reflection in something in the global corruption pattern. Bad governance in Georgia contributed to the crystallization of elites. The previous government, the government of the national movement, destroyed any possibility for a democratic opposition. Ultimately, despite eliminating institutional, bureaucratic, and judicial corruption, elite corruption was sustained by global and grand corruption. These types of corruption were not immediately visible because much of the financial flows were directed toward various programs. Members of the elite benefited from this direct financial support for cultural, environment, educational, medical, infrastructural, and other projects. Georgia became a part of a larger game, one about reducing red tape. The positive effects of making it easier to do business masked the underlying presence of corruption itself. I'm sorry? The features of Georgian political games show that the primary purpose of the system was and remains to intercept foreign money and investment flows through various channels. Elite created a syndicate within government institutions, non-government organizations, and business structures, monopolizing this field, politically blocking others and detaching themselves from society. The fact that corruption has been brought from the national to the global level made the problems seem manageable. However, many local aspects, small details, and invisible factors did not fit into this narrative, leading to poor governance and autocratization. In our state, we see it, the result of this policy. Because of bad governance within the elite, conflicts between elite members arose. Ultimately, this conflict expanded to the global level, with the oligarchy seizing power, while another faction of the elite attempted to use the global corruption system to challenge the oligarchy. During this prolonged battle, the oligarchy bribed the entire system, even culture and the church, while restoring corruption within the judiciary, all while trying to control institutional and bureaucratic corruption. So because of this, Georgia is under the sanction now. However, over time, these institutions became corrupted as well. In an environment of autocratization, it's impossible to restrict public servants from earning additional income when everyone is making large sums of money through corrupt schemes. Now corruption in Georgia is becoming uncontrolled, particularly at the middle levels. The recent political clash is essentially a struggle between the oligarchy and the elite, and the people no longer trust either the oligarchy or the elite, and you can see the demonstration. It's the students, the public workers, they are against this politics because they are really ruined everything. As the oligarchy seeks to cut off the financial flow to the elite, what is going on now? The financial flow to the elite through existing channels of business structure, international aid, the grants for civil society, which are incorporated into the global system. Meanwhile, the elite is trying to provoke precedents for sanctioning the oligarchy. This battle is opening doors for criminals and, of course, Russian influence. So corruption at the middle and the lower levels is becoming more and more uncontrollable. And it's very thin. When you go to the public hall, you can see it's obvious. Thus, the international community faces a difficult challenge. If they cut financial and political aid to the elite, the oligarchy will usurp power. And Georgia will lose both its democratic standing, it's for good guys, yes, and its place in the global corruption system for the bad guys. Yeah. As a result, they continue to help the so-called democratic pro-European faction of Georgia, because, you know, our protest is dividing by both sides. We have a good people who are pro-European, who are democratic, not pro-Europeans. They are pro-democratic. They want to build democratic state with law imperative and so on. And we have a histrionic part of this protest, which care only for their private interests, yeah, and use these students and use this protest for their own benefits. So as a result, they continue to help so-called democratic pro-European faction of Georgia. However, the solution lies in blocking all financial flows to both the oligarchy and the elite, as well as to civil society. And I think it will be the end of this story. We just will be blocked, all Georgian. This includes stopping support for the Georgian lari, and it's our national money, and blocking cryptocurrency exchange in Georgia, because crypto trade is very popular in Georgia. We can help Russian people to trade on this market through our IPs. So the money that flows to the oligarchy, elite, or civil society will not contribute to the democratization process. Yes, it's go to their own pocket and go somewhere else, maybe in Russia. A small part of civil society is generally trying to support human rights, provide democratic education, and help people who are not associated with the elite or the oligarchy. But they are targeted by the Russian law and will eventually be liquidated. Yeah, of course. Cutting all forms of financial support will expose the real picture of Georgia's corruption and fake democracy on a large scale. The parasitic nature of the foreign fund-dependent corruption structure in Georgia will be destroyed. And of course, this process will provoke mass protest, political instability, but finally the oligarchy losing power and elite will restrain from the government. Because of this, Georgia situation is very, very hard, because we are in the middle. Oh, okay.
Zurab, you got only, if you can close in a couple of minutes, because we are very strict. Thank you very much.
And I just, the last remark, this is inevitable, because the paradox of corruption is this: bad governance leads to spread of corruption, from grand corruption to bureaucratic and institutional corruption, which undermines any system of governance, whether democratic, authoritarian, or mixed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Zurab. The situation, of course, in Georgia, I think we are all seeing it, is, I appreciate, is very challenging. So thank you very much for your
But we will win anyway. They can do nothing.
I wish you are right, actually. So thank you very much.
We can start with the Q&A with Zurab and Sevda. So if Zurab and Sevda, they can switch on the video, I would be more than happy to
yes.
think about
there is, yeah.
Yeah, and I see here the question. What is, we are going with the question, or you are presenting?
Yeah. No, absolutely.
So if Lorenza can read the question, so
yes.
Eventually we can share it with both of you, and we can start the discussion.
We have this question. So what is the best solution to a fraud conducted by high-level management in an organization? Is there a certain entity or organization which is business process focuses responsible on fraud conduct? Considering the mentioned entity is absent in most countries within internal nor external audit framework on a national level. I think that the question is probably the first one. So what is the best solution to a fraud conducted by high-level management in an organization? And if there is, I guess, a specific entity which focuses on fraudulent behaviors, I guess. Yes.
Yes, I will pick up the question. So the first thing, the fraud in a high level by a high level management is indication of the serious indication for a business and entity. In our practice, there is a National Anti-Corruption Commission who is acting to receive the whistleblowing or such requests for investigation or such reports. And this State Anti-Corruption Commission is responsible for charging the government officials, the high-level management, or the high responsible people on the fraudulent activities and fraudulent behavior. But in general, within the company, the best practice is that your internal policies and procedures are built in a way that they are also applicable to your high management as well. Let me say an example. If the company has a compliance officer and notices that the high-level management, let's say department head or the unit head or the CEO itself is engaged in the fraudulent activity, there should be the direct reporting line of the compliance officer to the board, the higher level of management, so that the compliance officer can reach out the case to the higher level. If the board or if the CEO is not reacting to the case, then the compliance officer or the person who is in charge of the compliance or the person itself should report it to the government. And then it's up to government to take action. But the compliance world will say that if you observe the fraudulent activity and you are not reporting it, then you are also indirectly engaged in that. So yes, in our country, there is a special entity, the State Anti-Corruption Commission, for investigating such cases. And the best solution for mitigating or preventing from such case is to have good policies and procedures internally within the company, which is led by the compliance officer. That's it.
Thank you, Sevda.
I have Lorenza, I have a question for both speakers. That's the question of the conference.
Me too, but yes.
Just give me
Go
this
ahead.
opportunity,
Yes.
because I mean, it's been a little. So I would start with Zurab, and I would ask him, is it a matter of integrity or anything else? So that's the question. So what's your answer? So what do you think it's what do you think about it?
About corruption in Georgia?
No, I'm talking about corruption in Georgia. What I'm saying is, do you think it's just a matter of integrity? So do you think, because the conference has got a question, that's not the name, it's just a matter of integrity or something more? That's human or that's a matter of organization? It's a matter of, I don't know, compliance or something. That's the point.
Okay. It was myths that corruption is included in the culture, because it's not about culture. Because in European countries in 100 years ago, corruption was at high level. In USA, in Switzerland, and so on. It's not about the behavior. It's about the institutional control. It's about the development of the society, and the corruption is always present in our relations. We cannot avoid it fully, because it's some kind of people's behavior and so on. And in Georgia, in the less developed country, one major factor is arrest. It's about the protection of witness, because if nobody say about corruption, you cannot catch this fraud.
So it's a matter of whistleblowing in the end.
And another, it's an audit system. You should catch the money, not people.
Okay, sure. Sevda, what do you? what's your opinion about the question of the conference? So it's a matter of integrity or something else?
Yes, it's the matter of integrity, I think. Everything starts with our personal integrity first, and then the integrity of our entities, employing organizations, and then it's the integrity of the society, and then it's the integrity of culture. So my short answer, yes, it's about the integrity.
Okay, thank you very much. And I will get through the agenda, Lorenza. So if we have Embre available.
Okay. Okay. So unless there are no more questions. I was just thinking that it must be quite difficult, of course, to especially when a fraud or corruption comes from high-level management. Of course, I think that people are quite scared of possible retaliation. So which is probably why sometimes they get a little bit crushed, I think, and don't report potentially corruption across the board. So I know it's quite a hot topic. So let's move on. So with our next speaker, so is Emre Alpman from Turkey. So, and he's the Corporate Governance and Capital Markets Compliance Director at Turkcell, which is the leading mobile phone operator in Turkey. And his speech will be Turkcell example, using dual listing as a leverage in strengthening anti-corruption mechanisms. Hello.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Thank you very much for inviting me and letting me share my thoughts on this very problematic area. Probably during the day, all participants will be giving some substantial thoughts on the interactions between integrity and anti-corruption. So I will try to do my best to give you an outlook of Turkcell example in tackling this issue, and then we're gonna probably discuss on implications, practical implications, that anti-corruption is just a matter of integrity, as you are about to ask. I think that partly yes and partly no, and I will try to question, first of all, what lies behind integrity in business. You know, integrity deals with values, and values are deemed to be forever. So, for example, when going back to 70s, knowing that most of the US companies and European companies, bribes they have been paid are being, you know, tax deductible, then FCPA came. So it is not something forever, so something lasting forever in the business. So business is we are living in a very ever-changing business environment. So this is why I would like to tackle this issue from my company's perspective, which is a US listed company, and also having its roots, business roots in Turkey. So it is important to look at the similarities and differences between, for example, what exactly, what do we mean by complying with rule-based systems and value-based systems. So in my example, I will try to give you some highlights about, you know, benefits of being dual listed, both on Istanbul Stock Exchange and on NYSE. As you rightly pointed out, Turkcell is a mobile telecom company, which is listed since 2000, dual listed on NYSE and on the Istanbul Stock Exchange. But coming back to our matter, anti-corruption is just matter of integrity. I think some preliminary remarks to evacuate some ideas must be important, just to clear the discussion area. So business and integrity. So it is important, as it is pointed out at the very beginning of this gathering, I will say, we are very international audience here, and when it comes to values might be handled in a very relative way, as you might be concede with what I'm saying now, because for example, for a socialist or for a Marxist point of view, business is corruption in itself. So it may differ from one culture to another. So when it comes to understanding some value-based problems, when it is translated within business climate, it may have some very, very paradoxical, I will say, consequences on the business side. So let's assume that we are all, and I think that we are all living in a liberal economy now. So I can continue, for example, give another example just to clear our path forward. For example, when you look at the Transparency International listings, yearly listings of Transparency International, you can see, for example, on top of those listings, some African countries. But in most of the cases, those are related to some big FCPA cases, as you know. And these FCPA cases, the initiators, perpetrators of all of, not all, but in most of the cases, these are multinational companies investing in African states, for example, for mining purposes, for some big public affairs. And these are big FCPA cases. And because of these big FCPA cases, those countries are rightfully, or you can say, on the other hand, maybe not that rightfully, are listed on top of these lists because of these big FCPA cases. So it is important to get a closer look on all of this. Integrity in a public company, it is not, I will say, 100% equivalent to anti-corruption in itself. For example, for a public company, financial misrepresentations might be another important factor of lack of integrity, or fraud, or money laundering related issues. All these issues are intricate issues, but when it comes to Turkcell case, I can tell you some highlights of Turkcell's journey through compliance. As I told you, Turkey in itself has some, I will say, rule-based toolbox to combat anti-corruption, but these are mostly, incriminating actions, which are ex post effects. But the important thing, I think, in Turkcell, I can say that with the FCPA being applied to a Turkish company because of our listing on NYSE, and because of the implementation of FCPA by using, FCPA is Foreign Corrupt Practices, U.S. Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, which is composed of mainly two elements, anti-corruption, anti-bribery part, and also books and records part, which is much more important for from a business point of view. When you look at the books and records part of this very important act, you see that risk-based approach, ex-ante actions, and compliance point of view takes precedence. So it is important to also highlight that once this kind of act, this kind of regulation applies to a public company, its internal structure is impacted, positively impacted. And this is, I would like to share, because of these interactions between a US law and domestic rules and regulations, following the interaction of these two blocks of regulations, Turkcell with time opted for a compliance approach when tackling anti-corruption issues within the organization. And also internal audit and internal reporting rules of some.
Sorry, Emre, but we are just seeing a blank screen. So if you can stop sharing or find the file.
You can just close the screen so that.
Yes.
I'm
okay,
sorry.
perfect. Thank you.
Don't worry.
Do you see me now?
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you.
Sorry,
Thank you so much.
I wasn't able to. Okay, just a moment. Go to application. Okay. So I was telling you that because of this clash between the US regulations that directly apply to a non-US company whose only ADRs are listed on NYSE, this is the only link between Turkcell and the US rules and regulations. But because of this US listing, Turkcell needed to follow US originated FCPA compliance requirements. So this is why for more than 10 years, the company has opted, with the consent of the board, has opted for an effective compliance program, which covers not only Turkcell, but also its value of chain, distributors, vendors, and all of this ecosystem. So it covers all this ecosystem. And we at Turkcell, when implementing this compliance program, we are focusing on, as I told you, not corrupt practices which might be tackled ex post, but we are trying to detect, based on a risk-based approach, we are trying to detect before something happens, I will say, some potentially risky business areas, situations, I will say. And it is important also, one final note maybe, and we can discuss on this further later on. But I think that as a lawyer and compliance personnel, I think that it is important for from the compliance point of view to have a lawyer background when it comes to analyze business transactions before those transactions will have legal forms, I would say, because before contracting, it is important to know exactly what risky situations, what risky consequences that a prospective transaction might have, and with a direct communication with company managers, it is very important to use their language and transmit them potential risky consequences of transactions before any contract has been signed. So it is also another, I think, that important note I would like to share with you as a compliance guy with a law background. So just not to, I wouldn't take further time. Thank you very much for listening. But in a nutshell, in concluding my remarks, I must say that Turkcell benefited a lot from this dual listing dual listing situation, and it took all of the benefits of this dual listing and transform it within its own corporate governance structures. And we have some beneficial, I will say, cases internally, which gave us an internal legitimacy when it comes to interacting with our upper management. So it is important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emre. I understand that it was also an opportunity, the dual listing, so to upscale actually the corruption and compliance levels. So thank you very much. So now from Turkey, we go to Bulgaria. So with Sergio Zlatkov, who is the Director of Internal Audit and Directorate Ministry of Defense of the Republic of Bulgaria. So again, we have got another, not necessarily state-owned, but government organ directly. So thank you. Here to you, Sergio.
Oh, hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Thank you for introducing me. Today I will try to share with you some of our, as you mentioned, I come from a public sector organization, some of our experience. Let me share the slides. Is it visible?
Yes, yes, thank you.
So we will start with the agenda. So we will talk about corruption. It affects us all. It threatens sustainable economic development, ethical values, and justice. Also, it destabilizes our society, the democracy, and endangers the rule of law. It is ancient as a human history itself and remains deeply ingrained in our history, present, and our future. And as the corruption is as ancient, so as ancient is the anti-corruption. Now I will answer the question of the event, is it just matter of integrity? In my opinion, the integrity is the foundation of all other activities that build all the anti-corruption as a tool for combating this. The corruption has a lot of names, and it requires commitment from top leadership and integration to all organization activities and all the employees in the organization. So the role of the internal audit in anti-corruption. Our efforts are closely intertwined as the internal audit plays a vital role in detecting, preventing, and addressing corruption within the organization. So I will not stop here because I give the new definition of what is internal audit according to the new global standards. So following the new definition, internal auditors shall participate in the development of anti-corruption policy in organization and contribute for corruption prevention with their performance and engagements, assurance services, and advisory services. So here are the examples of the internal audit activities related with the anti-corruption. Internal auditors have many tools. They have audit the procurement process, expense and reimbursement audits, third-party due diligence, financial transaction reviews, ethics audits, other type of audits. This is different type of special audits, anti-corruption audits, or fraud audits. They have a lot of names and variations and deal with they're not like the regular audit types, but with the regular types of audit, like the procurement process, when reviewing the procurement activities, internal auditors can ensure the transparency and fairness and to detect any instances of bribery, kickbacks, or other irregularities. So my presentation is a little bit long, but I will try to cope with the time. So, as I said, there are a lot of tools for fighting corruption as internal auditors. These are risk assessment, control testing, data analytics, surveys. So the risk assessments is something that is very helpful for all organizations because we identify and evaluate areas within the organization that are vulnerable to corruption. And this helps to prioritize our audit efforts and focus on high-risk areas. So we also conduct investigations when there are allegations of suspicious of corruption. This involves gathering evidence, interviewing relevant parties, and document findings. We have training and awareness programs, and we are educating employees about the anti-corruption policies, procedures, and importance of ethical behavior. And this helps in creating a culture of integrity within the organization. Later on, I will tell more about that. And of course, one of the most important is continuous monitoring, because we must be because the corruption develops itself, and there are new ways for conducting corruption activities. So also we must be prepared for that and to give our response. So the benefits of the internal audit in anti-corruption are early detection, risk mitigation, regulatory compliance, and enhanced trust. When we have early detection, we can identify the corrupt activities early and before it's too late for the company. Here I will give an example, but later in the presentation. By leveraging internal audit functions, organizations can strengthen their anti-corruption efforts and create a more ethical and transparent environment. So we also have a lot of limitations in our anti-corruption role. So most of the internal audit units are with limited staff. We have scope limitations, data overload, but I think the One that is serious limitation is the management resistance. This is the lack of cooperation. Management or employees may be uncooperative, hindering the audit process. Concealment, individuals involved in the corrupt activities may actively conceal evidence, make it difficult for auditors to uncover wrongdoing. So there are also complexity of the corruption schemes. They can be very complex and sophisticated and making them difficult to detect. So that's why internal auditors must always enhance their professional education and to know a lot of things about the red flags and so on in order to be good in uncovering or identifying the risk of fraud or corruption. So here are other limitations. I will not stop at them. So I will give the important lessons. Effective internal controls are crucial for detecting and preventing corruption. This can include segregation of duties through documentation, regular monitoring. Internal audit is always checking and have recommendation on the internal controls, auditors' independence, continuous monitoring, and the last thing is learning from mistakes. The organization should learn from the mistakes because if we don't learn from our mistakes, we can repeat them in the future with different volume of losses or. So now I will give you a brief examples. So under the term of law of Bulgarian Public Sector Internal Audit Act, when indicators of fraud have been identified, internal auditors shall immediately report to the head of internal audit, and the latter shall immediately notify the head of organization and make proposal for taking corrective measures and notify the competent authorities. The Article 32 states that if the head of organization fails to undertake the action within 14 days of reporting, the head of internal audit must notify the competent authorities without any permission from the head of organization. So in our practice, almost every fifth audit report is sent to the head of organization with the proposal to send a report to the competent authorities. This might be State Agency for Financial Inspection, National Audit Office, or the Prosecutor's Office. There are also a practice of the Prosecutor's Office to initiate investigation and pre-trial proceedings on the audit reports, or they can also initiate audits if they decide because they don't have the expertise for a lot of corruption cases and they rely on the internal auditors. So it is common practice to the prosecutors to ask for our minister for starting audit at some case which is within our ministry. So in our ministry, there is a permanent anti-corruption council. I'm also a member of this permanent anti-corruption council. It is chaired by the Minister of Defense, and it prepares an anti-corruption plan that corresponds with the priorities and measures enshrined in the National Strategy for Prevention and Counter-Option to Corruption. The Council monitors the effect of the implementation of the measures enshrined in the anti-corruption plan, also carries a preliminary review and analysis of proposals of amendment of the Internal Departments Acts and proposes solutions for its improvement and improving the organization's activities and procedures. Also monitors the effect of anti-corruption training of the military personnel and civil employees. Also establishes practices for informing the media and civil society about the measures taken to prevent and counteract the corruption in the defense sector, because the defense sector is very sensitive sector to the society. And this step is in order to be more transparent and the society to have more information about how their money are spent. So this is the structure of the council. As I said, the chair is the Minister of Defense, the Deputy Chief of Defense, the Permanent Secretary of Defense, Inspector General, the Director of Internal Audit, the Director of Military Police Service. On the meetings of the council, all these control bodies, they share their reports, and if they found some suspicious or fraudulent or corruption activities, the council has the authority to take the appropriate actions. And after this their meeting, also it is informed if there are cases for corruptions. They take steps to inform the military prosecution office or the other authorities. So the role of the internal audit in this council is these are some of our tasks. So to identify corruption risk in the ministry, as well as identifying these risks for each individual engagement, conducting a periodic assessment of the implementation of and execution of the anti-corruption policy in the Ministry of Defense. We have done a lot of audits of this anti-corruption policy, especially the implementation, its implementation by the different structures of the ministry. So we must monitoring the processes and activities which are assessed as having a high corruption risk. And also we have to implement the prevention mechanism by conducting anti-corruption training and seminars along with our military academy. We created 2 or 3 courses for different level of employees in order to be more this is some kind of a prevention mechanism in order to as many of employees must be aware of the red flags for corruption and what is wrong and what is not. So I here found some examples that I can share with you, because a lot of them are I'm not allowed to. These are from the newspapers media cases. So this was in our military medical academy. The chief of the dermatology clinic and the chief of the military medical hospital, they create opportunity for them and for other medical personnel to work private and rent hospitals, offices, equipment. And after our audit, we sent our report, but nothing happened until a journalist found our internal audit report and make a TV program, and it was a very huge scandal. And then the prosecution have their investigation, and they raised charge against the head of the military medical academy and the chief of the dermatology clinic. They were using the appliances and equipment of the hospital, and all the expenses was for the hospital, and all the revenues were for their private firms. So Here, this clinic generated profit of 2 million left, which is around 1 million euro, and the losses were about 6 million euro, which were at the expense of the military hospital. So they used very expensive equipment, the personnel of the hospital, in order to have their business, privately owned business as a doctors. They transferred the patients from the hospital to their private practices. So it was organized that the doctors work from 7 a.m. to 12 a.m. and the private practice was at the same place from 1 o'clock until 5 o'clock. So if a patient goes in the morning, they transfer it in the afternoon when there is on their private practice. So this is the second, which is connected with this. I've voted that reports are not that an audit of the Military Medical Academy found that this is the same case, but this is for 8 million euro, which is 16 million lev in our currency. The situation is the same. So it is, our audit was at 2010, but the real action and the prosecutor charges were in February 2015. So it took a lot of time in order to have this big investigation and sorry. So I think this is all for now, and I can answer any question. I have a lot of cases that I can share. So I wanted to share also for this early for the one case which was earlier in this year, but I cannot give you much information now because I saw that my time frame is for the end. So if you have any questions, I'm ready to answer.
Thank you very much, Sergio. I think we've got a question, but probably for later. So we're going to have one last speaker this morning before the Q&As. So if you keep yourself available, there will be a question after for you that I've just read. So thank you very much. We now go to Bernardo Marques Vidal from Portugal. He is a Transparency Unit Coordinator at the Presidency of the Council of Ministers, so public institution again, at the General Secretariat. So, and his intervention, so I can't see you. Okay. Oh, hello.
Hi.
Hi, Bernardo.
Hello.
And the title is Risk Prevention Plans for Corruption Prevention in Public Institutions. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure to be following this all these presentations. I'm just trying to share my presentation somehow. Just a second. I don't know if it works. Okay. Can you see it or?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So so here at the General Secretariat, what we do, we have multiple roles, but one of them is to be the auditing services for the center of government, which incorporates the main ministries of that regulate the process here. So we're responsible for the Prime Minister's office, the ministerial presidency, the infrastructures, culture, so like four or five different areas, and we are responsible for all of the different entities that are inside of these ministries to follow and to check how they're working and if they're being compliant in many different areas. One of them being corruption prevention. So we have been implementing these risk prevention plans for some years now, and there are always problems and there are always challenges, and we've been reflecting on what's happening. So what is this all about? What are risk prevention plans against corruption? Is it a planned success or a silent failure? Is the culture changing? And what can you do if it's not? So these are the main topics I'm going to be talking to you about today. Sorry, can I just 1 second? Do you see my presentation, or can you see my presentation? Sorry, Lorenza, I'm not hearing you.
Yes, we see, my friend.
Sorry, yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can see it.
So risk prevention plans are not a new concept. There are many countries that are implementing them. Italy, for instance, have mandatory 3-year plans since 2012, I think. Here in Portugal is something that's fairly new. We have had a Council for the Prevention of Corruption since 2009, and corruption prevention plans have been in place since then in different forms. But since 2021, with the new general approach to the corruption problem, we have been implementing them in all public institutions with more than 50 workers. So that these are a lot of institutions. Here in our unit, we oversee more than 60 different entities, plus the government, the cabinet. So these are a lot of institutions we have to follow. This is a new concept. We have a package that has inside not only these corruption plans, but also the whistleblowing channel and the code of conduct, and someone that's the owner of all of these processes. These are all mandatory steps we have to take in public institutions to be compliant. And this is a risk prevention plan is not more than characterizing the institution, defining roles inside the institution as to what regards corruption prevention, and to PDCA cycle, which is plan, do, care and act, correct and act, I think. So it's a cycle. So every year we have to do new reports to explain what happened in this process and revise the plan, and then it's supposed to be an ever evolving and cultural changing tool that allows the company to change, the company, in this case the public entity, to change their culture into a more integrity-minded company organization. So it all starts with mapping all the processes inside the organization, then identifying where are the biggest risks for corruption, and according to the impact they have on the organization, if they happen, and the probability of them happening, and trying to find out mitigation measures to make them less impactful or less likely to happen. So this is what a plan is in a nutshell. What has been happening here is very much linked with anti-fraud in European funds, which is something that is very bureaucratic. So we have to fill a lot of reports, to have a lot of plans like this, and to just go through to a lot of bureaucratic hoops, I think. So all the institutions are now very much into this recovery and resilience project, and we are very much focused on every like 2 or 3 months we have to file new reports to do more bureaucratic, a lot of more bureaucratic weight, and the institutions are a bit paralyzed by this all of this bureaucratic nightmare, I think. So that's how we as institutions, that's the feeling we get, is that the culture is not being impacted, and the plans are not working as they should, because they are seen as a nuisance, as something that we have to do, and something that just makes our life difficult on the day-to-day basis, this multiplication of bureaucracy. And so what happens is, because there's a lot of pressure to deliver results, there are time frames we all have to abide by, and we don't have enough human resources because we're not a big public administration. What happens is that we manufacture compliance in practice. All the reports I have read, and as managing these 60 plus entities, I've read a lot of reports, because we have to do an annual report and a mid-year report on the evolution of the plans, and I've read many reports, and none ever identifies new risks, or it's always a positive outlook. All the checklists are always positive. Everything is going great, but in practice, whenever there are auditing, we see that that's not the case. So it's manufactured compliance in reality. So the culture is changing, but not in the way we planned. It's changing to a false sense of confidence in this, because all of the reports are positive, everything seems bright, but in reality, it's more seen as a nuisance, and it's not changing the culture, and mostly because these mitigation measures are usually not barriers to corruption, but just hurdles, just something you can just go over and ignore, and try to just look at it as something that you have to do, and not something that you should do, or you should follow, or you should incorporate in your processes and in the way you usually work. So these mitigation measures are usually related to more transparency, so the public can control the work, more like decentralization of decisions. So there's no one that has all the power to decide over some processes, mostly related to public procurement. So these are the kinds of mitigation measures we have. Some checks that are automatic, or that should be always done. People that should be consulted during the processes, but these are all just done just for the sake of it. So they are not actually done. It's just a check in a checklist, and people just go over it and see it as some boring bureaucratic step they have to do, and not as something that's really there to help them and to help the organization grow. And this happens a lot because of a fear of paralyzation, as I was telling you. So people are judged on the results they deliver. We are all under a lot of pressure because, as I've said, there's a big workload for every public servant at this time. There were hiring freezes for many years, resulting of the financial crisis of more than 10 years ago. So we are still recovering from that. We don't have time, we don't have people, and we have a lot of pressure to execute and to deliver. And so this fear of having to follow all the rules, following all the checks, doing all the right steps, and being judged by it, and being professionally hindered, it's making people not abiding by the rules. So what do I think we should do, or what has worked? So decision makers have to be more aware of what civil society wants from us, what the public is claiming about, that too much corruption, and too many people doing corrupt things. So we have to connect with the civil society, with organizations like Transparency International and others that we have in Portugal. And I think that's very important, to have decision makers connect and hear the roar of the people, and not just the scientific, because we have a lot of trainings on corruption and on integrity and on transparency, but they're all in an academic way, in a philosophic way, and not connected to reality. And so we should see that the actions we have as public servants and as public managers and decision makers have consequences on the people and whose interest we should be pursuing. So that I think that connection must be mandatory. So whoever is making these plans should be making them in connection with civil society stakeholders. So technology is also an answer here, because all of us use technology, all of the public procurement systems, everything is based on nowadays here in Portugal, at least it's based on some kind of application, some kind of tool, but they are still very much not used for this. So they are more like a place to store data and to have the flow, but the flow is not blocked. It is not controlled. The data is not shared, and it's very hard to access these systems because of data protection. And so what we should do is to design systems that block the user. So the user has to abide by all the rules and go through all the hoops and check all the boxes, but check them in reality. So not just say we did it, but prove that everything was done. And there should be automatic alarms for whenever something is done consistently in the wrong way, and this should trigger audits automatically, or at least some kind of investigation. Also, this was talked about in the previous presentation. The previous speaker that talked about this concomitant auditing. That's what we call them, which is continuous monitoring of processes by auditing teams. So it's not an auditing process; it is continuous. So data is being collected all the time, and we have alarms for different kinds of corruption practices or patterns that we can identify. And I think this is very important. Also crossing databases and having this automatic sanctions as well, or proposal for sanctions, which is another problem, because all of these packages, anti-corruption practices, always have sanctions associated to bad behavior, but they are never applied in the public sector, at least in Portugal, by the public actors, by ourselves. It's only on the later stage, when the corruption is investigated by judiciary, police, or by the prosecutors, then you have some kind of consequence, but not inside the organization itself. There's lots of fears of paralyzation, lots of fears of unjust prosecution, and so we should have automatic proposal of sanctions to the decision makers that derive from data. I think that's important. Not the sanctions themselves. Then there has to be a human element to it and a consideration, and there are always a due process. But just the first step should not be done by humans, because there's a lot of pressure to not rat on your colleagues, to not talk about this. So, for instance, the whistleblower channels we have are mostly used for labor problems, labor disputes. So my boss doesn't treat me well, my boss makes me do things I don't want, stuff like that, or some kind of harassment, and never ever for corruption, because people are too afraid and think it's too rough, too hard on their colleagues to be denouncing corruption for some reason. So the other thing we should do, not only sanctions, but also rewarding success at an individual level, at the team level, and at an institutional level. It's very important for people to know that if they behave in the right way, there is an immediate consequence, positive consequences. Because this is the problem with corruption, because you don't see benefits on behaving well, because everyone else is behaving badly, and everyone else is profiting from the bad behaviors, and you're just being stupid by not doing the same. So there has to be rewards, and the rewards should derive from data. Should not be should derive from some kind of automatic process and not have human intervention. Otherwise, it would be discretionary and it would lead to more corruption practices, I think. So this is all for now. Thank you. Obrigado.
Please, Lorenza, sorry.
No, don't worry, that's fine. So I just noted down a couple of points that at least I felt some of you were experiencing. One is the lack of resources, which of course this is by experience. It happens also in the big corporations anyway, or even smaller corporations, and in private companies, and also somehow some deep-rooted culture, of course, for not necessarily corruption, but maybe just a little bit of a lack of willingness, maybe to tackle corruption or frauds. I don't know what is your feeling, or if somebody can maybe step in and what do you think? Do you have any views? Because
when it comes to lack of willingness, I think that some examples from the US might be cited. As you know, this is a negotiated justice when it comes to enforcing FCPA provisions. Most of the case, I think that based on the university's statistics, I have read some months ago, more than 95% of FCPA cases are being settled without going to court. So it is the most important enforcement tool that the US authorities has in their hands. So when it comes to settle an FCPA-related alleged case, infringement case, there is no need for US authorities to put on table some concrete evidence in contrary to, for example, to Turkish, Bulgarian, or Portuguese criminal laws. So it functions very differently. So based on some presumptions, based on some strict liability conception, as you know. So because of these books and recourse provisions under FCPA, so I give example of I know the best. This is why I repeat FCPA from time to time. Because of this strict liability theory, no willingness, you know, even willful blindness might be cited in settlement agreements, and it is open to public. If you are curious enough, please refer to, you know, to Department of Justice or SEC's relevant web pages, and they are using willing, the word willing, in a very, very, I will say, practical way, not a legal way of using intent term. So it is important, I think, to stress this. Knowledge might not be, I think, based on evidence. In case of FCPA infringements. So I might say this way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emre, for your exhaustive answer. Shall I, let me get some other questions.
Lorenza, I read a couple of minutes ago a question that maybe we could give to all the guys of the round table now. So one is, what do you think is the most powerful tool to prevent corruption? So if you should list, I don't know, a couple or three of them, maybe it's a general purpose question, but if you have an idea and say, okay, yeah, you are a company or you are an organization, you should be focused at the beginning of your journey on these tools specifically because you think these are the most, let's say, powerful?
In an organization, will you tackle this issue individually or as a systemic problem? The real response is that. So if you take this as a systemic problem, you may use internal audits, you may use even artificial intelligence to, to detect any corrupt or presumably corrupt conduct within an organization. But the big difference between, the traditional or conventional way of tackling corruption, if you strictly limit yourself to laws and regulations, of a country, you need to show the intent. You need to go to the court, and it is very difficult, and also it is individual. So, but I think that the trend now is going to prevent systemic failures within an organization. The objectivation and proceduralization might be some useful words to your question.
Bernardo, what do you think about that?
I think, first of all, I don't think people are inherently corrupt or inherently bad or good, or they don't pursue integrity as, I don't think it's a cultural thing in the way that it's ingrained in our DNA, or people from this area are better than people from that area. It is all to do with incentives and all to do with what influences the way you work, because you could be a person motivated by integrity, but if you're in an environment that doesn't foster these behaviors, it will not work. You'll be unhappy and put aside, or you'll have to just integrate in this new environment. Okay. So it's a stick and carrot kind of situation. So you have to people have to be seen to be punished by their wrongful doings, and they have to be rewarded for their good behavior. And this is what makes people behave in a way or the other. It's pressures from these stick and carrot situations, and I think that's what we, at least in the country I work at right now, it's not what we see. We don't see bad people being prosecuted, and we don't see good people being rewarded. It's the other way around, actually. So we have, and this is what makes culture. I think that's what creates culture.
I know what you mean. And Slavcho?
Yes, we've got the same issue over here in Italy, so exactly the same. But unfortunately, well, I think that the normal, the standard practice should be actually to be let's say, honest and not necessarily be rewarded for it. It should be normal, I would say. But of course, we know it's not. It's not always the case.
It's Slavcho, your point. Eventually,
my opinion, I will try to answer your question. According to me, the prevention is the best tool. Prevention by all means, and then risk assessment. The assessment of risk of what can happen, and to prevent this from happening, but to mitigate the risks of any corruption or fraud activities. So I also according to my opinion, everyone can be corrupt, and everyone can be included in fraud. This is according to the fraud triangle model, with different situations, with different pressures and opportunities. A man can become a fraudster or corrupt. So it's not just a matter of integrity. The integrity and this is the foundation of all other aspects of prevention of the corruption. So we must prevent these opportunities for committing fraud, and we can succeed at some point, because we cannot eliminate frauds and corruption activities to zero level. There will always be some opportunities for people to commit wrongful things. And also, I saw a question.
Yes, from
saw a
Kelly
question
Gamma.
for me. Yes, I can answer in that way. So we have obligation to immediately send our report to the prosecutor's office, but sometimes it is very often they want from us to participate in their investigations, so they can assign directly an audit. They want from our minister to send us to check something. And there is a difference between our internal audit evidences as in our standards, and they are different with the evidence according to the penal code. So they are totally different, as Mr. Emre said, that the court is seeking the intentional, and this is something that is very hard to convince someone that he is intentionally doing something wrong. And a lot of because some prosecutors and investigators, they don't have the expertise. Almost all of them are in. They have legal background in some financial cases. They assign directly internal audits, and we help them with our expertise to clarify the case or something that is not their primary goal.
Slavko, I have, and sorry, Bernardo, man. I read the PDCA on your presentation. Do you have any, let's say, lean or operational excellence program in place, or is just your, let's say, suggestion or comment?
So the PDCA cycle is something that is ingrained in this kind of plans, and is something that we follow.
Okay.
So it's a good practice of the plan, do, check, act.
Yes.
That's the cycle. I wasn't remembering when I was doing the presentation.
No, I tell you, because it's one of the fundamentals of lean, just because we are the so-called, let's say, lean manager. I mean, the reason why we are supporting this kind of conferences is because if you work in a company and you don't have let's say, a kind of, let's say, compliance or integrity approach, this is really at the basement of the company itself. So if you don't now follow any kind of rules, obviously you cannot improve, and that's the story about all these things. And there is another comment about the presentation by Slavko, by Maurizio, that said maybe to have a real good anti-corruption system, you should be focused on solid processes, audit system, robust audit system, and eventually, again, a continuous improvement process in place. I don't know if you got any hints about that, any suggestion, any experience you can think about these 3 points.
This is how it should work in practice. I would love to be this kind of entrepreneurial mastermind that will get here and then just say, I have the perfect tool for you to use, and this is what we should know, and I would sell you this tool. But it doesn't. I'm not that person. I have a legal background. I am just working on this for quite some time. So the solid processes are good, but they should be. This is what I think, that like the processes we have are based on manuals, on regulations, on you should do this way because this is the way we do. But in reality, you can always circumvent all the processes. You can just go around and just say you did something and you don't. And that's why I think that the technologies should restrain you from doing a lot of things. You should work in a technological environment that doesn't allow you to go over certain checks, certain processes. And whenever you do, or if you do, even if you follow the processes, there is something that is not quite correct, it should be automatically raise alarms, and audits should be continuous. So this is what I think. I'm not a believer in this PDCA cycle. I don't think it works. I don't think if we plan and then we do, because we can always plan and then we pretend we do, we pretend we check, we pretend we act. And that's the problem. We just pretend. There's an amazing
pretending.
Everything
is not a good practice.
Everything is very
I agree
beautiful.
with you.
And it seems that we are evolving. Everything is going in the right direction. But when we check, when we look at the data, when we have powerful audits, we can see that everything falls apart.
Yes, but Bernardo, may I tell you something? Just because, yes. I mean, I'm into lean since, I don't know, 1999. So for sure, when you start planning and you think you are not using the so-called PDCA approach. That's something, let's say, a kind of fake or
exactly.
Or as you said. So I agree with your comment. So Lorenza, I don't think we got any other question on the chat or something.
Seem like, or if I don't think we have forgotten anyone. I don't know. If so, please feel free anyway to ask.
Yes.
Otherwise, we wrap up.
I would say so.
Yeah, okay. So thank you to everyone. So this was the morning session. So we will restart at 2 o'clock set time. So Central European time. So in about, it's midday here in Italy. So in about a couple of hours. Is that,
yes.
That is correct, isn't it? So at 2 o'clock. Yes, okay. So thank you very much for the speakers. Thank you very much for your time and for your presentations.
You said presentation. So it's about, we are not going to, let's say, gather the presentation and share it, but we are recording the video. So it's going to be public. I don't know, maybe in a couple of days or week or something. But if you need presentation by anybody, there is a chat you can directly message to, I don't know, one of the speakers or something, and then you can ask. Because, that's sometimes the property of this material is obviously, not so easy to share. I mean, it's not something you can share easily. So that's why if you need a presentation by Bernardo, Slavcho, Emre, or anybody else, you can directly send a message or something.
So thank you very much, everyone, and we will restart at 2 o'clock p.m.
Okay.
Thank
See
you.
you in a while, I would say.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
One of the most corrupt regions in the world, right? So when Schneider Electric made the invitation for me to come here, people in Brazil were telling me, "Oh, Juliana, you're going to take a long vacation." This is what they said. Okay, so and to be very honest, and like jokes aside, it took me a while to understand why Schneider decided to bring somebody that is so different, with a totally different culture and mindset, to Sweden, and to build a compliance program in Europe, and starting from the Nordic and Baltic countries. So it took me a while to understand, and I'm still learning. I have to tell you that. And I think that everything is related to who I am. I think that it's my assessment told me that it's all about people and risks. I will explain that. And we also were discussing this in the morning. I was about to, open my Mac and bring my contributions in the morning, certain things, but I decided to stay quiet and listen, okay, in the best Nordic style, okay, because my blood is very much Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, and Brazilian, so we want to talk, we talk with the hands and things like that, and how to make it meaningful. Okay, and making ethics and compliance meaningful, in my view, is what makes the ethics and compliance program or business integrity program effective. So we were discussing in the morning, like somebody make a question in the morning, what is the effective tools and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think that it is a utopia, think that we will ever have an ethics and compliance program that is 100% effective, because it's not only a statement of arrogance, but also a statement that the society worked. And I do not believe that the society, we as human beings, we are being so successful. So we try, but I think that there's a lot of room for us to improve. And the companies, they are the reflection of people. So who I am a Brazilian lawyer and accountant doing what I love in the Viking land, pretty much. Okay, so if you want to connect me in the LinkedIn, please do it. But this is pretty much how I feel, And I was watching another day a speech from Obama, and he was saying that never think that you do not belong. If you are sitting in the room with those people, it's because you belong. And there's always smart people in the room. There's always not smart people in the room, but you are there, so you belong. So being a Latin in the Viking land means that now I belong to the society. I pay taxes here. I live here. I brought my dogs here. I brought my husband here. I am part of the society. I could not have born as an European person, citizenship, as an European, but I come from a colonized country, now colonizing, I would say, these people that are explorers, and they have a totally different culture. So how do we set the basis? First, like understanding that ethics, moral, and legal, it's international. So ethics, it's all about values. We talk about this morning about values, business integrity, and etc. So ethics is like when we understand that our values are not negotiable. And what I always say to any compliance officer, when I was a teacher in Brazil, I used to say, if you want to work for compliance, you remember that you are selling your reputation. You are selling your name, okay? You have to ensure that you put the right price and you associate your name with the companies that you believe that share the same values as you. Does not matter whether the company went through like a troubles in the past. Do not judge. It's not your place to judge. It's your place to understand what were the risks, what they did wrong, what they did right, and understand what is not negotiable for them. So I, every time that I go, because people, like headhunters and etc., or when I give some kind of a speech or whatever, I say, what is not negotiable to you? When I came here to the Nordic, and I was talking to my zone presidents, I have 5 presidents to manage here in my zone, 5, okay, different, okay, men and women. And I said, okay, what is not negotiable to you? I can tell you that just one understood what I asked, okay. I also asked, okay, so what are your goals in the short and middle term, and how do you relate your business priorities with business integrity? It's very hard, okay, like to get a straightforward answer, because the leaders, they are not used to think about that. They are not exactly clear on their minds what business integrity means. And this is on us. Okay, so if the compliance, if the business leaders, the executives, they are not exactly understanding what you are saying, is because you are not doing your job right. It means that you are not being clear enough and engaging enough. And you have to understand that what is not negotiable to them in terms of values, whether they understand how does it connect with the business purpose. And moral is related to culture. Okay, so I am a Latin, okay, a person that likes samba, okay, barbecue, sun, and etc. Just like making a joke, in a Viking land, in a very icy land, which means that there is I need to understand what words, what makes sense to this culture and what does not make sense, and also bring a little bit of the Latin flavor. Otherwise, they wouldn't want. They would pick somebody from here. Okay, I don't see myself as special. No, I see myself with a big challenge, and acknowledging that and understanding that moral is a set of rules that is related to culture, education, tradition, people daily life, makes me put my feet on the ground to understand how I can make this ethics and compliance program meaningful to these people. Okay, and also align with the global program. And legal is legal. Okay, Europe is a highly regulated region. It's being a constant lesson learning for me, and I love it. To understand why we have certain regulations that I have never I have never had to think about before. Now it is on my plate. I talk with customers, for instance, or like business. Yes, I do talk with customers. A compliance officer needs to talk with customers as well. Okay, so this is another insight that I would like to give to you. Okay, as building a compliance program, a meaningful compliance program in this society, to understand, like, they are worried about sustainability. Okay, the carbon footprint here in the Nordic and Baltics are very low. I need to understand that, like, their sustainable basis, and the discussions here are different than the discussions that I had in South America, which means that I have to understand all this scenario to build my ethics and compliance program here in a meaningful way. And guys, when I talk about this, people need to understand that the coexistence of these three dimensions is compliance. So this graph that I'm showing you here, that's exactly what I present to my key executives and to my business and to my former students when I was a teacher in Brazil. Okay, what the heck is compliance? Compliance is the coexistence, in my view, of these three dimensions. Okay, and compliance could be ethical compliance, export controls, corruption, and like could be anything, everything that could harm the reputation, and the reputation is responsibility of each one of us. So what I tell them is, like, what is not compliance is everything that is out of this circle. And we do have to face ethical dilemmas. And we have to bear in mind that our business decisions needs to be, okay, compliant with our values, with the law, with the policies, and what makes sense to the culture here as well. Okay, so having said that, I need to settle the basis. That's how I start things here. Okay, when I'm building a compliance program in this least corrupt countries in the world. But remember, they can have, like, Finland, for instance, is considered one of the happiest countries in the world. Okay, what's the criteria? If you go to Finland, for instance, they are not going to smile for you easily, or here in Sweden. And the index of the society is really high. So what are the criteria? Okay, so if you think about social security for me it's amazing. I'll be able to walk with my mobiles on the street at 10 o'clock in the night and not be afraid to be robbed, for instance. Okay, which were concerns that I used to have in South America. But I do have other concerns here as well. So I am adapting to the culture and understanding the risks. So a key point, the first thing that we have to do, okay, is to understand what is the risk appetite of that country, whether they understand risks. I can tell you that because in the Nordic and Baltic countries, they have this perception that they are perception. The least corrupt countries in the world doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. It means that sometimes they are not looking at that because they are not used to look at that. Or sometimes they are not exactly they're not exactly prepared, okay, to face certain things. Because something that I learned here in the Nordic and Baltic, and with all the respect to the pure European guys, sometimes, you know, you guys don't say certain things. At least here in the Nordics and the North Europe, I would say. Sometimes we need to say certain things that sometimes is obvious. And we talk about risks. So it's all about risks. We need to understand what are the risks, where they are, and how people are managing. Because sometimes we are so used to not pay attention, that doesn't mean that it's not there. So, and we have like two dimensions, risks and people. Okay? People. What we cannot control in a compliance program, guys? People. Okay? People we can influence, we can educate, we can understand the level of resilience, we can set up the boundaries, we can say, look, this is what is not negotiable. So we educate people. And there's always people that will never do wrong things, and there's always people that will do bad things regardless. And there's always like the majority of people that will be influenced according to the culture of the company and the boundaries that you set, the controls and the process that we put in place. So how do we make the ethics and compliance program meaningful? Through processes, like making it tangible. And this is pretty much what I think that is the basis. So it's all about risks and people. And the rules, okay, the legislation, the policies, and etc. They are there to guide and to make people, you know, live in this ecosystem, I would say. And the companies are there. Okay, the companies are responsible for setting as well, not only the government, but to influence the civil society, the people, and to provoke people to be better. And I think that compliance is all about that. So doing a compliance program in the least corrupt countries in the world, okay, you just have to understand people and what they fear and what they risk. The way I'm putting it seems simple, but it's not simple. Okay, I'm just saying that that's the formula that I'm using, and it seems to be working this past year, considering the achievements that we have so far. So if we have those two dimensions, you know, like a well understood, this is the base to set up a good compliance program in the least corrupt countries in the world. Because if you talk about corruption, they will not pay attention on you. However, if you talk about the risks, the reputational risks, that one thing that this, for instance, this event, this gift that you are giving, or this non-declared conflict of interest, this relationship, and the consequences that it could have for you and for the company, okay? People will understand you and will listen to you. Okay, because at the end of the day, we are just people with our, you know, with our aspirations. And I believe that my approach here on connecting with people using this human thing that Latins are so good at, you know, is being as a key factor for the success. Okay, it's still a journey, but we have to understand that a compliance program needs to be meaningful to the business. We need to ensure that we are adding value to the goals and the customers, right? So we have to be simple, we have to be clear. So I try to be always visual. I always say, guys, to my executives, this is pretty much what I am going to look at, okay? And with the special attention to risk assessment, I want you to understand the value added of the risk assessment. So you tell me what are your pain points, even if sometimes I do not understand, okay? I take notes and then I come back to them, okay? keep an open dialogue with them. It's very important. Okay, open dialogue with your executives. Doesn't say, oh, if you don't do that, if you do not comply, you go to jail. They are just going to believe if it happens. But if you say that, look, if we do that, this is going to help you to achieve your goals. It's going to impact your P&L, like your profit and losses in X%, or maybe, or like, look, that situation that we prevented here, or this work that we did with this customer here, like I brought whatever percent increase or margin or a trust, or this company is coming to us instead of the other competitor because they believe in our ethics and compliance program. So these are the kind of take and like how can I say this in English? Like what we exchange, okay, with them. Like this is the kind of dialogue that we have to have with the business. Otherwise, it doesn't work. So connect with the business, practical insights, okay? Understand the business model and go to market. Do we have business agents, like third parties, consultants? How do we win business? How much of these businesses, like how much of your revenue represents government, business with the government? Like for instance, now Finland and Sweden are part of NATO, which means that a lot of projects with the defense and army industry, which means that I need, the first thing I said, I connected with a certain business leader and I said, look, we have the export controls, sanctions with Russia and etc. But I need to know, what are the business that you are looking at? What are the opportunities? Who are you dealing with? How are you connecting with business, with the government? How are you winning projects? So you need to understand. It's not their job to tell you what to do. It's your job to understand what are their needs. And then you understand their priorities. You talk to them, you ask questions, you try to learn what is like their pain points, what they need to know, what they need to do to achieve their goals. And this is the risk, guys, the how, not the what. Sometimes I see many of my peers, paying attention on how they do things, or on what they do, but how they are making this business, how they are doing that happen, how they are doing this business happen. Listen, listen, and listen. Never judge, just like do that poker face. Listen, because sometimes people just need to talk. And this is what the compliance officer is for. And I believe that building this ethics, this business integrity goes beyond compliance, goes beyond anti-corruption. Anti-corruption is just one of the facades of the prisma. And also, guys, that's what I say. We are here at the companies selling our time and our knowledge, which means that me as an employee, I need to know, okay, what I am going to gain, okay, if I support the ethics and compliance program. So avoid threatening words like, oh, if you don't do it, this is going to be the consequence. Nobody here is stupid. Everybody knows, okay, that there will be consequences. You mentioned that we have a policy. We mentioned that what are the cases that work well and didn't work well. Engage with the employees, okay? Why it is important to them, not to you. Okay, how the ethics and compliance program is going to help them achieve their goals. Okay, be responsive, approachable, meaning that you cannot be everybody's very busy. Okay, but always be responsive, because that's how you build trust. Walk the talk. Do not make promises that you cannot keep. So when you're running an investigation, okay, you have to manage the expectations of people involved. You have to tell things. Like one of the challenges I have here in the Nordic and Baltic is people sometimes, they don't say what they think. So you have to help them to say what they want, or they want to listen, and make sure that at least you understood, or you put words on what they cannot say. Build trust is an everyday journey. Practical insights, and then I will shut up. Because I think that I am about on the top of the hour. I'm seeing Sergio here. He's getting uncomfortable on the chair. No? Good. I would say 4 things. Build strategic relationships, regardless the culture that you are in. People are people. okay? So human resources, legal, audit, internal controls, your main allies, okay? Your program needs to connect with them, okay? What they are doing, okay, needs to be meaningful. What you are doing needs to be meaningful to them, okay? So you connect the dots. It seems difficult, but it's not once you understand the business, once you understand the priorities, okay? And again, regardless where you are, people are people. You understand the risks, you understand the business, you respect people differences, you're going to build these strategic relationships. You do not need to like each other. It's very important to say that. You need to respect each other. This is very important, okay? Share and communicate, okay? Be where people are. But go to the office, go to the plants, visit, travel. A compliance officer needs to be known, okay? And even more in a country where people are, keep distances or they do not talk easily. So, but culturally speaking, the Nordic and Baltic countries, they are a society based on trust. So work on trust. How do you trust someone? If you build a relationship with this person, if you do not let the person down. People, the base of the pyramid, right? Listen to them, promote dialogues, make posts, deliver training sessions, workshops, be repetitive. Repeat, 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 and repeat. Because sometimes people are not listening, and it's your job to ensure that you repeat it. Because if something goes wrong, regardless you are one of the least corrupt countries in the world, you have to prove that you did your part. You have to prove that you as compliance officer did what it was expected from you, okay? Be transparent, ensure transparency, document, explain, be approachable, and ensure that all relevant information is available to employees. Statistics, Schneider is very much related to data, okay? Now, I am not a data person. I struggle with that, but I work in a company for engineers, engineering company, which means that they love data. So it's not about me, it's about them. So provide data. How many, how much increase, blah, 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 cases and etc. Be tangible, okay? Engineers are tangible, okay? Collect feedback and review. Even if you think that that person will not add too much value, you are being biased. Listen, take notes, then you make your decision, because not everybody will be listened and heard all the time. Not every feedback is going to be able to be implemented, but you can listen. You can show people that you are paying attention, that you listen to them, and explain to them if they come after you. So do not make promises. Say, look, I'm doing the best I can with the resources, and explain to them. That's how you build trust in the least corrupt countries in the world. I'm not sure whether in 1 year I will be with the same speech, but after 1 year here, this is what is working so far, okay? And I believe that it is a never-ending journey, okay? So whether you are in Namibia, in Georgia, in South America, in Sweden, okay? Do not give up. Business integrity is not here to please people. You're not here to please anyone. You are here to do the right thing, even if it is painful. And you have to make sure that regardless where you are there for them. Okay? Never judge. So I would say that values are not negotiable everywhere you are, and respect culture. So these are my practical insights. I hope that I was as practical as possible. I'm open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juliana, for sharing your experience in the least corrupt country in the world, and also for injecting so much energy in your presentation. So thank you so much for this. It has been really interesting. So now the Q&As are going to be at the end of the sessions. So if you don't mind, so people will write their questions into the chat. and then you will be able to respond. If you stay with us, if you are not in a hurry, if you can stay with us, then you will answer the questions later. Okay, thank you so much. So now we are going from icy Sweden to warmer Catalonia. So Catalonia. So we're gonna have Olinda Anya. So hello, Olinda. So welcome. Thank you.
Hello.
Olinda is the Deputy Director at Anti-Fraud Office of Catalonia, and her presentation is Enforcing Public Integrity, the voice of the Anti-Fraud Office of Catalonia. Or Catalonia, actually. So yes.
Catalonia,
Catalonia,
Catalunya
yes.
in Catalan, Catalonia.
Yes, exactly. Thank you,
It's the
Catalonia.
same. Thank you very much, Lorenza. First of all, on behalf of the Anti-Fraud Office of Catalonia and myself, I would like to thank to ALES and its president, Sergio Tillio, to invite us to participate in this global event. I'm going to share my screen. My presentation, the title of my presentation is Enforcing Public Integrity, the voice of the Anti-Fraud Office of Catalonia. And I have 5 main points I would like to share with all of you. First of all, I think it will be useful to give you some data about Catalonia and its political institution system. The aim is to situate our office in a geographical and institutional context. The second main point is an overview of the Anti-Fraud Office of Catalonia and sharing some information about our structure. And I'll give you more information about what the office does in the third point. The fourth point is to remark about the relational activity of the office. I make this because I hear a sound of emergency, but I think it's nothing. Sorry. I go on. And finally, the fifth point is I would like to talk about our internal process of debate on the future of our office, which we are currently conducting. So the Anti-Fraud Office is an agency, is a public agency of Catalonia. As you know, Catalonia is a region of Spain. It has almost 8 million inhabitants, and the life expectancy is one of the highest of Europe. I also want to remark that Catalonia has 947 municipal districts for a very small rural population. Most of the population live in districts more than 2,000 inhabitants. The official language is Catalan and also Spanish and Aranese. And as macroeconomic data shows, we can say Catalonia is one of the main economic models. I present now the institutional system in which self-government of Catalonia is politically organized. It is called the Generalitat of Catalonia. It is made up by a parliament, the Parliament of Catalonia, a presidency of Generalitat, a government, and a public administration of the Generalitat of Catalonia. There is also the local public administration of all these municipalities that I said before. Attached to the parliament, we have 5 public agencies of control, one of which is the Anti-Fraud Office, which is created by law in 2008. It's important to remark that the Anti-Fraud Office of Catalonia acts independently of public administration in this exercise of its functions, and it's accountable to Parliament. You see the next one, the 5th? Okay.
Yes, it's a bit small. We see it.
No problem. The Anti-Fraud Office is therefore an independent institution to prevent and to control corruption, and specifically tasked with upholding the transparency and integrity of public sector administration and public employees in Catalonia. It was created by law, as I said, meeting the requirements of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption in 2003. I would like to draw your attention to the proposal for a European Directive on Combating Corruption of 2023. Its Article 4 regulates the specialized bodies and foresees that the member states have to create organizations specialized in the prevention and repression of corruption. And this organization must be independent and have sufficient human and economic resources to carry out their duties. As you can see, institutional system of Catalonia has been ahead of this proposal, something I think we can be proud of. Our public budget of the office is almost 7 million euros. And our structure, internal structure, has a director, deputy director, and 2 directorates, one of prevention and one of analysis and investigation. Currently, we have 54 professionals, and we expect it to grow until 70 in the next 2 years. Anti-fraud office activity is developed in 3 lines: prevention, investigation, and protecting whistleblowers. In prevention, regarding prevention, we promote good practices and social values. We promote training and advice to civil servants, and we create tools and resources for enhancing integrity. In investigation, we investigate specific cases of corruption that are reported. And the 3rd line related to protecting whistleblowers, I have to say that our office was designated by the Parliament of Catalonia as the authority to protect whistleblowers. And in this field, we manage the external channel and provide support to people who report corruption and might suffer retaliation as a result. Also, we can adopt measures and sanctions and impose sanctions. And we work to promote a culture of reporting corruption to encourage people to report. Our model to enforce integrity and to fight against corruption is based on integrity risk analysis. We have talked before about the risk and the risk analysis. It starts by analyzing the risk of corruption and the factors that encourage and perpetuate them. This allows us to establish preventing measures to reduce the probability of risk and that the risk becomes acts of corruption. If we don't succeed, we have to put in place contingent measures to detect and to investigate these acts of corruption and try to reduce these effects, the severity of effects in terms of violated rights, overruns, reputational damage, and so on. And finally, it's very, very important to monitor and to evaluate all of these measures and their impact in order to improve them. It's necessary. To better explain how we deal with this model, it's useful to situate them in a classical anti-fraud cycle composed by 4 elements. First, prevention, which goal is to build an institutional integrity system for achieving a strong public ethic culture. Second, detection, whose goal is guarantee security, confidentiality, and anonymity, and protecting whistleblowers. Third element is investigation, to analyze specific cases of corruption and deciding what actions shall be put in place and what entity should carry them out. And finally, to monitor and to evaluate, which goal is to enhance public integrity and contribute to improve citizen trust in institutions. That's the last goal. So in prevention, what do we do to achieve these goals? We do guides, training activities, advices, and recommendation. Here you have I have put 3 guides we have elaborate. One of the first one is the guide to strengthen the institutional integrity system. It shows that to improve institutional system integrity, we have to act over three main organizational axes: ethic culture, professional public management, and prevention of corruption. Another guide is a guide to managing conflict of interest. That it's a very useful one for the public managers and all the civil servants. It describes, this guide, what's a real, a potential, or an apparent conflict of interest, and give us tools and instruments to manage each of these kinds of conflicts. It is very important to remark, as you know, that to have conflicts of interest is inherent to public management, and it's very difficult or even impossible to avoid them. The most important thing in case of conflict of interest is to manage them in a properly way and not to try never to hide them. Finally, another guide is the Guide to Integrity Procurement. The aim is to manage the risk of corruption in public procurement and to guarantee that resources are always oriented to public interest. We have all these guides in our website, and I invite you to have a look if you are interested. In prevention, we also put on place a tool named Dialectic. That's a support channel for reflection on public ethics. It's a platform where any civil servant can share their ethic dilemmas they can have in her diary work. In this platform, we don't give them a solution, but try to make them think about the best thing to do. This advice is made by professionals of the office who are experts in ethical issues. And as I said before, we promote also training activities on integrity. And recently we have designed and put on place a learning platform. All courses are in the virtual classroom are self-training. And finally, in the field of prevention, we do recommendation to public authorities, and we inform also projects or rule of regulations. The second element is a detection to guarantee security, confidentiality, and so on. As I said, we are the authority on protecting whistleblowers in Catalonia, and we have named 1 month after the law that transposed the community directive was put in place. We have been the first authority in Spain in that case. And as authority, I said, we manage the external channel to report complaints, and we offer the possibility to report in an anonymous way. And in any case, we always guarantee the confidentiality. Our functions include also the control and supervision of the internal channels of reports that public and private organizations have to manage. So we have a register of persons responsible for the internal reporting system. The third element, investigation, in order to analyze specific cases and decide what to do and who has carried them out. In the activity of investigation has increased a lot the last three years, we think as a consequence of putting on place the anonymous report channel and the measures to protect whistleblowers. The growth shows us also that perhaps internal channels are not still trusted to persons who report. And so we have here a long way to go in order to promote integrity in institutions and the culture of reporting in a safe way. I want to highlight also that a little bit less than 20% of complaints are finally investigated, and that the main areas of risk are public procurement, civil servants, and conflicts of interest. Fourth element of anti-fraud is to monitor and to evaluate. We need data to support our policy. We are aware that we have here also a long way to go, and we are working hard in it. We have an internal, we have a unit of data analysis to support investigation, activity, and prevention. But I want to share with you that every 2 years we publish a barometer with data about the citizens' perceptions and attitudes against corruption. The last barometer of 2022 give us a lot of information, and it's important to be concerned about the high perception of corruption in Catalonia. That doesn't mean there is a real that's a real corruption, but we have to be worried about 80% of citizens thinks there is a lot, or quite a lot, corruption in Catalonia. And you have to be concerned because the experts said that in terms of trust, citizen trust in institution, the impact of the perception is the same as a real corruption. So we have to work hard to reverse this data. I put here also another barometer of Catalonia that says us that 7 over 10 people in Catalonia doesn't trust in our democracy. I think it's really very, very worried, all this data. So again, we have a long way to do, and here in our relational activity, I think it's very important to learn from the others and to share your experience. And here you are the networks that our office takes part and participate. Networks in Catalonia, in Spain, but also in international networks. I'm sure that most of you perhaps knows or participate in these networks of authorities of protecting also whistleblowers or agencies anti-corruption. Just to remark that the next round of evaluation of the Greco will be focused on the prevention of corruption and the promoting of integrity at the subnational level. And we think in this point, our agency could play a role here because we serve a population of over almost of 8 million of inhabitants, and we are a public institution attached to a parliament. Finally, some keynotes about where our office is now. We are in a process of debate to rethink our institution. And why? Because we have an external context, an internal context, and we can be very aware. As it shows in our world, the situation is a weakening of democracy. There is no progress in tackling public sector corruption, and there is a low or no trust in national governments. In Spain, we have to be aware because regional agencies are in risky situation. As an example, the Balearic one was eliminated by regional government some last year. And there is no state anti-corruption agency. And in Catalonia, as I said before, the data are very concerned. Internally, our internal context shows us that we have a stressed organization. We need more resources, we need more professionals because of the increase of the activities in prevention and investigation, and also due to additional new functions in protecting whistleblowers as external channel and control and supervision of internal channel. And we need also a new legal framework, more sure, more confident. That's why we need to look a long way and to decide where we want to arrive. And for that, we need to establish a strategy. to elaborate this strategy, we can do it alone. We are not doing it alone. We have incorporated the vision of the academia and the civil society, but also we want to know the opinion of the practitioners and other public institutions of control attached as us to the parliament. And very important, we are working it together with the professionals in the office. We want to apply that theory of change to this strategy. It will allow us to set the problems and the impacts or outcomes we want. In the middle, we will establish the resources we need and the activities and the products or outcomes we have to do. We expect to finish this strategy on June, July of this year in order to implement them the next years. We believe that the process of rethinking our agency will make us strongest and will facilitate to enforce public integrity and to fight more efficiently against corruption in Catalonia. Thank you very much. I was worried because I think I've lost one slide about investigation, but I have so many problems with my presentation that I think I finish here. There is one slide also about how we have increased our investigation. But
investigation.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you to you, Olinda. Thank you. Very, very insightful, very interesting. And I think that there will be still a lot of work, I guess, for you in the future anyway, with the program actually implementing the vision, of course, for the future. So so now we are welcoming actually the first speaker should be from Liberia actually. So Councillor Alexandra Zoe. So welcome to this event. So Alexandra is the head of Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission. And tonight, this afternoon, she is going to talk to us about the anti-corruption in Liberia.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone.
Thank you. Hello. Welcome.
Thank you for having me, distinguished guests, colleagues, and partners in the fight against corruption. Again, I'm Councillor Alexandra Zoe. I am the Executive Chairperson or the head of the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission. I would like to use this opportunity to first and foremost extend apologies on behalf of Her Honor Judge Lucretia Anderson and Her Honor Judge Eva Mappy Morgan. They should have been here on this event, but they are currently attending some national issues, emergency national issues. They extend their apologies. So it's a great honor to be here today, and I sincerely thank the association for the invitation to contribute to this important discussion. Even like these are critical in strengthening our collective commitment to integrity, transparency, and accountability. I look forward to sharing insights and engaging in meaningful dialogue as we continue on our efforts to build a corruption-free society. Thank you once again for this opportunity. So I know I am allotted 20 minutes, and I'm supposed to do my presentation within a time span of 15 to 18 minutes. I'm going to try to do that. My presentation is titled Anti-Corruption in Liberia, the Fight So Far. And the purpose of this presentation is to, first and foremost, discuss corruption in Liberia and efforts we have made as a nation to combat corruption. But before I go into the presentation, I'd just like to give a little history about the Republic of Liberia. So Liberia is a little but mighty country located in West Africa, on the west coast of Africa. We are the first African nation to gain independence in 1847. We have a population of over 5.4 million people. We have a unitary state of government with one central government that operates through three branches: the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. We have also made some history in Africa, including we have produced the first female African president, and unfortunately, in 1990, our country experienced civil war that lasted for 14 years. And after the Civil War, the Civil War actually took place as a result of corruption. So basically, the citizens, through warring fashion, rose up against the government because they felt they were being marginalized. They felt that resources that all citizens should have benefited from was being used by a few selected individuals in the government. And after the 14 years of civil war, we had the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that was set up. And one of the recommendations from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was the development of a national anti-corruption strategy. And the National Anti-Corruption Strategy gave birth to the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission. So I'm going to give an overview of the commission's mandate. And the commission was established in 2022. It was initially established in 2008, but it had limited powers. And so the legislature amended the Liberian anti-corruption law to give the commission direct prosecutorial powers, independence, and financial autonomy. So as we speak today, the Liberian Anti-Corruption Commission has direct prosecutorial powers. We have operational independence and financial autonomy. So this brings me to the next topic, which is understanding corruption in Liberia. So Liberia is, over the years, Liberia has suffered from corruption. Corruption is systemic, so much to the extent that it has hindered development in our nation. But well, first, I just want us to understand corruption in Liberia. And so the definition of corruption, in Liberia, under our law, we define corruption as the abuse of interested public power for personal gain. And some of the common forms of corruption are bribery, embezzlement, procurement fraud. Most of the corruption that takes place in government are found in this form, particularly procurement fraud. And what this has done to our nation, like I initially said, it has hindered development, and it has impacted our nation in three different areas. So I'm just going to present the impact corruption has had. Corruption has had an economic impact on our nation, meaning there is a huge loss of public funds. And what this has done is that it has also reduced investment in our country, because no investor wants to come into a country where there is the issue of bribery and high level of corruption. Also, on a social front, the impact of corruption is also felt because there is an erosion of trust amongst the citizens. There is an increase in poverty, and there is a violation of basic human rights. So there is a connection between human rights and corruption, because resources that should be used to provide basic human rights, for example, safe drinking water, schools, hospitals, when these are being the resources to build these institutions are being stolen by a few individuals, it violates the basic human rights of the entire citizenry. Another impact that corruption has on Liberia is the issue of political impact. So Liberia, as a result of corruption, Liberia experienced weak governance, and also there's a lack of the respect for rule of law. What we as a nation have done, we may not be where we want to be in the fight against corruption, but Liberia has taken some crucial steps in the fight against corruption. And what we have done is we have established some legal and institutional frameworks. On our legal frameworks, we have developed key laws to develop our national anti-corruption laws. We have a whistleblower act. We have a witness protection act. We also have a national code of conduct. And these laws are there to guide public officials and also impose sanctions and also protect witnesses who want to report acts of corruption. So these are key laws that we have established that are helping us in the fight against corruption. But to enforce these laws, we also have established key institutions. And one of the institutions, the institution that I head, which is the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission. There is another institution, which is the General Auditing Commission. This particular institution is responsible to carry on audits of public offices. We have the Office of the Ombudsman. We have the Public Procurement Commission. All these institutions are institutions that have been set up in an effort to combat corruption in Liberia. So I'm going to list the progress and achievement we have made as a nation. And as a nation, the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission was set up as the official institution in the Republic of Liberia charged with the responsibility of leading the fight against corruption. Our mandate is to investigate, to prosecute acts of corruption, as well as to educate the public about the ills of corruption and the benefits that come from eradicating corruption. These are some of the activities we carry out at the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission. So progress and achievement since the establishment of the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission, we have investigated and prosecuted high-profile public officials, which have led to asset recovery efforts. As a nation, we have also undertaken transparency initiatives to fight against corruption. Here in Liberia, we have adopted a more holistic approach, meaning we bring everybody on board. We engage the media. We have civil society organization engagement. We also engage with our international partners who play a major role in ensuring that our anti-corruption efforts are achieved. And in all of this, we have challenges. I do not like to dwell on the challenges we have in the fight against corruption, but these are realities that we have to present whenever we are doing presentation regarding anti-corruption fights in Liberia. So we've listed some of our challenges, and challenges range from political interferences. We have limited resources to operate the institution. There's just complex legal processes. There is lack of judicial independence. These are all challenges that we face as a nation in the fight against corruption. But notwithstanding these challenges, like I said, we have adopted a holistic approach, and what we have done now is to engage the citizens and stakeholders and identify roles and encourage them to come on board. So what have we done? We are now doing education and awareness programs that will encourage whistleblowing. We now have created apps that we have put out there on our website for the citizens to just go to whenever there's a need to report corruption. We are now educating the citizens on how to demand accountability from our government. We are working with the Ministry of Education to introduce anti-corruption integrity courses in our schools. We are working with civil society to strengthen their participation in the fight against corruption. At this point, we are calling on, we are engaging our partners to also help in increasing the capacity of the institution. The Liberian Anti-Corruption Commission is a little over because we were re-established in 2022, so we have been in existence legally for about 2 to 3 years. And so this is a new terrain for us, most of us. And so we are, the steps in enforcing this fight is to increase or strengthen institutional capacity, meaning we are working on increasing the effectiveness of the commission. We are working with our government to invest in our human capacity. We lack technical resources. We are working with our government and our partners to make investment in these areas. With these, the commission will be adequately equipped to conduct timely investigation and prosecution and adjudication of corruption cases. Another thing we are working on here is the establishment of our anti-corruption court. So as we speak, we do not have a specialized anti-corruption court. This is a major dialogue that is ongoing in our country. We are engaging with our government and also our partners to be able to establish the anti-corruption court, which will basically focus on trying corruption cases. Basically, we have specialized judges that will come in and fast-track our corruption cases.
Okay, Alexandra, you got just a couple of minutes. So if you can wrap up and close, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So basically, to wrap up, what we are doing now is to work on improving our legal and regulatory framework. We are engaging the legislature to review our laws, our anti-corruption laws, to be able to strengthen our institutions. We are also reviewing our national anti-corruption strategy to see how we can also bring our strategy to reflect current times, because criminals are becoming smarter, and our anti-corruption law our anti-corruption strategy that we have, it dates far back as 2006, but we are doing a lot of reforms in this sector. So this is where we are in the fight against corruption. I'll just stop here in Liberia. This is where we are in the fight against corruption, and if there's any additional things that I will just take questions, specific questions, and answer them.
Okay. So we're going to have the Q&A session after after Jacqueline and Dalia. So thank you very much indeed, Alexandra.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. It was very, very interesting, and congratulations from what you are doing, you and your colleagues, what you are doing, because it's probably not the easiest of tasks and jobs you have, I guess. And especially it's a fairly new commission, I understand, and program. So really good luck and all the best with your endeavors, I would say. So if you can stay with us, maybe later on, I'm sure that there will be some questions. Thank you. So just moving on, I am introducing the next speaker, who is Jacqueline Oliveira, so from Brazil, if I'm not wrong. No, of course, São Paulo, so yes.
Yes, correct.
Would you like to introduce yourself, Jacqueline? So we are moving to a different field, I would say, to a different sector, let's say, sports.
Yes, I work with football. It's a very hard. It's very hard to work with team, but here we go. So thank you, Lorenza, and thank you, Sergio de Tillio, for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. And I don't know, hi everyone. Here in Brazil is morning, so
It's good morning.
I haven't launched now, but okay. We share my presentation with us?
So shall I just say that you are the coordinator of the the coordinator of the compliance at the Football Club of São Paulo?
Yes.
In Brazil, of course. So yes.
It's a national,
Yes,
organization. Is specific to football or a sport entity. So can you see my presentation? That's okay. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, we can. Yes.
Okay. So let me go. So today I will talk about fair play on and off the field and how we can fight to corruption in sports. Before talking about how to fight corruption, I share with you some case. Like the first case here is the Black Sox scandal in 1919 in the United States. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, come on here. Yes, the Black Sox scandal and match fixing in the World Series. And we have the second case, the Russia doping scandal in 2016, because the Russia was banned from participating in the 2018 Winter Olympics. In the other case, we have FIFA Gate, share in all the media, global media, corruption and money laundering with FIFA involved and top executives, this case. And we have the other situation, the Armstrong doping case, cycling doping scandal. And last, here in Brazil, and the match fixing manipulation of results is national championships. Something is common nowadays in many championships, national, international, the match fixing in sports, especially in football. So what does compliance have to do with sports? Everyone has played sports in their life or play a game and seen the rules. So we have clear rules in the sports. Is the like business, follow the rules everywhere, everybody. And we have fair play, is a serious commitment that must be respected, and consequences. Violate these rules leads to consequences, including penalties or educational action to reinforce ethics and integrity. But in the field and the business, the rule is clear. Integrity is the real goal. So It's a win-win. If you have integrity in your business or all the sports, you have a win. So the next situation is we can imagine it. What if compliance was a football team? Here we have 11 positions. The manager is the first position, is like a goalkeeper. The goalkeeper protecting the company and its values, like a president or CEO, is the tone from the top. And we have here other positions, like risk management, preventing fraud, corruption and reputation damage, internal policy, like Juliana told in the first presentation, preventing fraud, corruption and reputation damage, code of conduct and ethics, integrity culture, train and engagement to strengthen compliance, repeat, like Juliana told, and internal controls, channels, denunciation and investigations. It's very important, anonymous reporting channels for misconduct. We have two, auditing and monitoring, ensuring compliance with regulations. And last, we have other goalkeeper is a certification. It's not mandatory, but always to prove commitment to integrity and to share to all the society about your program, compliance program or integrity program is effective or not. And it's interesting to share to all stakeholders, especially your fans. In sports, we have fans. In São Paulo Futebol Clube, we have 22 million fans. In Brazil, it's a 30 group, the fans in football, national football. So to promote integrity in action. In fact, integrity is action is promote transparency because a good reputation is a good on credibility. Ethics must be the guide for all decision making and always with responsibility. Like a great football team, all decision make always with, and even when no one is looking. So do the right thing because it's the right thing and not because someone is watching, like a Big Brother or a big other reality show program. So we have to make do right every day in your private sector, public sector, companies, in all the situations, in your professional life, in your personal life. So the conduct is one, integrity and ethics. And challenges. We have many challenges like conflict of interest, accept or refuse a high value gift, misuse of reserves, report or ignore a colleague's misconduct. All the situations in a private sector, in all the sectors, all in the sports is the same. And harassment, sexual or moral harassment, prioritize targets even if it harms our clients. Here is special, is important to prioritize your employees, your internal team. This is the real team, the real special to make prove your integrity program or compliance program in your effective. And the other is challenging data confidentiality, follow others or do what's morally right. Match fixing, use the confidential information for personal gain or maintain integrity. And match fixing or manipulation results can you use to report sustainable reports or auditing report in other situations too. It's not just in football or in sports. Bribery and corruption, help a friend get a job or respect a fair hiring process. It's like the same position in the team football or in the team international team in other sports like gymnastics or I don't know, basketball, baseball, and other situations. And we have two workplace well-being. promoting a health and ethical work environment, invest in the mental health in your team, or safety and well-being. So like we listening in our presentation, we need people to promote integrity in your business or in all other organizations. So we need to promoting a safe environment to work, because this situation, and sorry, my presentation is dependent. So so it's very important to promote safe health and a safe environment to work. Okay, it's just the same in the sports. So preventing with integrity. So we saw transparency and governance. We have a strong structure, the transparency and governance, strengthen reputation and accountability. Prevention, policies to combat corruption, match fixing, and misconduct, but it's necessary to translate this policy to all employees, to all understand the content, the law, the norms, the policies. And training and engagement. Knowledge is key in the fight against corruption. It's important to translate the information. And to results and a win or a win-win approach. When integrity takes the field, everyone wins. And it is good to your company, good to investments, good to all the stakeholders. Integrity is the same buzzword. So we have fair play is not a global value, is a global value, but it's not just a concept in football or in sports. It's a general concept. Respect. Integrity is the uniform every shoulder wearer. And teamwork, share responsibility transforms the game. So fair play, culture of respect, and teamwork is a big collective action, because we have many actions to promote the integrity, the ethical behavior, and the both situations, professional or personal. So to promote the good integrity, the good practice, we have educating by example. Here we have Vini Jr., is a player soccer, symbol in the fight against racism in the football. We have Bring Me Area, Bring My Work, São Paulo Football Club campaign against domestic violence. Is the power, the sports to promote an engagement, combating our campaigns like this against domestic, against corruption, to promote fair play and other against discrimination. And we have to our project Game for Integrity is which promotes of a football match with mixed teams without arbitrator, no arbitrator, to promote fair play in practice. So this year we will have the third edition this Game for Integrity. So the last slide. Fair play at the 2024 Paris Olympics and other examples to fair play in sports. Brazilian player helping our opponent during the match. A New Zealand athlete demonstrated sportsmanship. And FIFA's campaign promote fair play. So we have many good examples in the sports to promote fair play, to promote integrity and combating corruption and other unethical behaviors. And integrity matters a lot when fighting corruption, but we all need to fight together. It's like these events, they discuss these many situations and many other sectors to promote the integrity and to fight against corruption, but the objective, the goal is the same for us. Né? So this is my contact in my LinkedIn to contact you too. So thank you, Lorenza, and thank you, Sergio, and I'm here for a few free questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. it was very interesting to delve into a completely different sector, so which is sports. So, and
Yes.
we all know that it can happen, unfortunately, everywhere. So, sports, yes, we understand that can be a tricky one sometimes. But thank you very much for sharing what you are doing over there. So now I think if they are ready, I think we are going to introduce whether I'm not sure she does need some introductions actually, Delia. So Delia Ferreira Rubio, who is the former chair of Transparency International. So she's going to be interviewed by Roberto Fiore, so a partner of one of the major Italian law firms. So I can't see Delia. Let me check whether she's... Delia, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, there you go. Sorry. Hello, Delia. How are you?
Hello, nice to see you, Lorenza.
Likewise. So where are you today?
In Buenos Aires, just
Oh,
arrived in Buenos Aires.
Okay. So you are really in Argentina, so you're not traveling, at least for the moment.
That's it.
Lovely to see you. And of course, Roberto as well. Thank you. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
So I think without further ado, please, I'll give it to you. I'll hand it over to you both.
Thank you very much, Lorenza. Thank you, Sergio, for giving us the opportunity for me to discuss and share thoughts, opinion, experience with all of you, but mainly, as you said a few moments ago, to talk with Delia, that of course is one of the most representative and competent in these matters. I just read a message in the chat of Juliana says, I'm Delia's fan. I think all of us that are taking care of this problem of the anti-corruption, we all are Delia's fan. So it's really an honor and a pleasure to share with all of you this kind of, I don't want to say an interview, but really a dialogue in which me and Delia also really appreciate also from the audience questions and opinions, so that we can take care of this last part of the meeting. Because Delia, we have two difficult tasks. First of all, try to find out and to give interesting thoughts, and after all of these panelists, it won't be so easy because we heard a lot of interesting experience and suggestions. So this is the first task. The other one is that since we are at the end, we have also to be like very interesting, because after these years of discussions, a little bit of tired from all of us, it's natural. So going directly to the first item, we are discussing about compliance, and it's really interesting to try to shift from compliance to integrity. But it is, how can we do that? I mean, compliance very often is based on laws, is based on regulations, on controls, on a very formal way. So do we need to focus on something deeper, as discussing as, for example, integrity, that is a value, is an approach, is a behavior, is something more deeper than only a compliance approach on a formal way? So if on one side we can definitely state that controls and laws and rules are fundamental to be compliant, but on the other side, we should change our mentality and our approach to reach an integrity value, to rule companies and rule behaviors. What do you think about it, Delia?
First of all, thank you for the introduction. Roberto, it's a pleasure to be with you, and Sergio for the invitation. I was reviewing last year conference about the corruption in a liquid world, and it is very much related to the question that you are asking me and the title of this meeting. Is corruption just a matter of integrity? And this shows how the conversation has changed. 30 years ago, or even more time ago, the integrity part of the question would be absolutely out of place, because those who talked about integrity, values, culture, purpose were treated as talking about something absolutely out of the field of compliance, out of the field of corruption. Corruption was a legalistic issue. I would say more. It was a criminal issue. The approach was the criminalization of certain deeds or certain activities, acts from the people. And this is what has changed, because in these 30 years, we have seen and become aware and conscious that laws and rules and controls and institutions and criminal and penal codes were necessary but not enough. The first idea from countries to react to corruption after scandals, normally not because just protecting certain values, the scandals move the reaction, and the reaction was, we are going to penalize certain conducts. So we incorporate norms in the penal code. But scandals keep on appearing. So it was clear that it was not enough to have criminal rules or a legalistic reaction. It was important to create a culture in a proactive way to prevent the occurrence of these criminal deeds. And that's what we can see, for instance, in the international conventions. When you look at the conventions, either the UNCAC or the Inter-American Anti-Corruption Convention, and you see the development of the rules, they start with the criminalization. And then they go to this, what we call today the integrity culture, the creation of the values. And I was looking at the chat, and I think it was Juliana who says, when we talk about integrity, we are not pretending to talk about philosophical theories. We are talking about everyday dilemmas and concrete situations. That's what we are talking. And in this development, compliance was a very important discipline and function in companies. And we then move from compliance to integrity, as you say, Roberto. So we need to have a broader understanding of the problem and always thinking about corruption, how we prevent corruption. Not only avoiding sanctions, which was the main objective of the generally lawyers at the compliance position, but creating a culture. But nowadays, what we are talking at the groups in the World Economic Forum and around the world, the OECD business group that you belong to also, we are talking about integrating integrity. We have already moved from compliance to integrity. And this is a new set of challenges for the compliance function. We can talk about that. But now the goal, the motto is we have to integrate integrity across the whole business and across, of course, the public sector, as we might talk in a bit. This integration of the integrity culture is key, because we cannot keep on trying this problem or trying to solve, prevent this problem just as a responsibility of the compliance officer, or what in many companies is today, the integrity officer. And that's another important, apparently minor issue, but now we have in many companies integrity officers, and many at the board level, which is really what we need. Not just talking about the tone at the top, but really embedding the discussion, the debate, the purpose of a culture of integrity at the maximum level of a company. And in this path from compliance to integrity and to integrate integrity, what is more interesting when I talk with compliance officers is the change in the skills they need to perform the activity. Because for years, it was enough to be a professional in the regulatory aspects. So what is permitted, what is mandatory, what is forbidden. But now, this integrity officer has to deal with that, plus non-regulatory demands that has to do with, of course, the ethics in the company, the creation of a culture of integrity and how to do that and maintain that, and also the expectations and demands from the stakeholders. And one new thing that is challenging this function is the need or the demand for companies to take position in social issues. That was clear. I don't know, you remember when Russia invaded Ukraine, the big discussion on the global company or the global compact at the UN was how the companies should position themselves. Should they abandon Russia? And you remember many companies left the country. Should they stay? I remember Italian companies discussing that with me, what to do. And this was a new panorama, because normally companies are not asked or expected to take position. So this is a discussion that has to go through the integrity sector, the integrity thinking of a company. So I think that we have lots to do, but it is really it is challenging, but it is really attracting, appealing as a conversation, both in the public and the private sector, and in football, as exactly as already shown.
And I really think, just following the path you designed, that it's also a change of mind from being reactive, that means respond to an action, to being proactive, that it's active thinking and acting before the event or before the action and independent from that. So it's like a switching of behaviors, but also compliance and also of governance. Do not think if what happens, I have to act, but although it does not happen, I want to. Also the meaning, the use of the words, I think it's really important. Compliance is often lived and thought as a must, you know, I have to be compliant. In this approach that you described, it would be definitely better to say, I want to be compliant, because it becomes a value. It's not only a must. But then you also introduced an interesting aspect, talking about private and public, because mainly when we discuss about corruption, although it's a two-way crime, you know, we're discussing about a crime, and it always needs the participation of two persons, public and private. But we're focusing mainly on private behaviors. Do you think that it could be important also to highlight, to underline the public profile and the efforts that have to be put on the public sector, Because if we only fight and pay attention on the private, we miss an important part of the behavior.
Absolutely right. You know that being from Argentina, I always say that corruption is like tango. You need two to dance. And I would go further. As corruption has evolved and what was already at the beginning just bribery to negotiating something, now we have grand corruption, we have kleptocracies, we have geopolitical corruption, which is really a very complicated issue. So the tango has become now a collective dance. It's more than two. We have like a ronda, or if our colleague from Catalonia is here, like a sardana, no? Many people dancing this criminal activity. Going back to the history, I remember that when I started working on corruption, the focus was put on the public sector. The corrupt were mainly the public officials. But the criminalization points to the private ones. And the public officials have the power to protect them, to create a kind of shield or to enlarge processes at the infinitum. But really, the corruption issue came with a focus on the public sector. And if you remember, 2 or 3 years ago, the OECD conference started the GPS initiative, which is galvanizing private sector in the fight against corruption. And it has created a whole group of business persons and academics and civil society organizations and governments, of course, it's the OECD, working together to engage the private sector in the conversation and in the fight against corruption. I think for many years, the anti-corruption community saw the private sector as reluctant to participate in our fight. And the private sector saw the anti-corruption community as the enemy, trying to find out more than needed in terms of what the companies were doing. These, fortunately, have changed. And we have now a real collective action effort that is absolutely clear around the world. When we talk about corruption, we have in the conversation, in the panels, in the discussions, in the public policy design, collective action, many sectors participating. Of course, this shift, if you want, to the private sector should not lead us to avoid the public sector, because the public sector is fundamental and has an additional condiment, an additional qualification, which is these public officials are servants to the public. So it's not a private company serving the shareholders, or in a more modern style, the stakeholders. Public officials has been elected or nominated and delegated the power of the society to manage public issues. So they have an extra responsibility. And we have to take into account the two sectors, or the international sectors, of course, in these grand corruption schemes, where it's not just the one who paid the bribe or get the procurement agreement in a privileged position, but we have gatekeepers in another countries. We have real estate industry in another country. So this ronda, this savannah, is much more complicated now, but we have two main actors here, the public sector and the private sector, and we have to take care of the public sector. there is a difference in the reaction against or the criminalization of private and public sector in many countries because of the political power that can influence, and that's one of the problems with the fight against corruption, the possibility to influence or corrupt the judiciary. And to do that, the private sector has money, resources. The public officials, particularly high-level public officials, and we have now presidents and prime ministers involved in corruption around the world, even in very stable and developed democracies, those people has an extra power. Probably not resources, although they have the public budget to use it for that ill purpose, but they have political power to influence the judiciary. So we have to be very careful to protect and prevent and take this proactive, defensive, preventive approach that you mentioned in order to protect the judiciary also from corruption. Because that's the last chance we have. If corruption permeates the judiciary, we are really in a very complicated problem in terms of our institutions, our rights, even the democracy. And I think it was the colleague Olinda who mentions the lack of trust in the institutions, the lack of trust in democracy in relation to the perception of corruption, which is a correlation that Transparency International has been mentioning repeatedly. We are not talking about cause effect. We are looking at correlations. More corruption, according to our perception index, less democracy, weakened democracy, undermined institutions. Stronger transparency in countries, a stronger institution. So there is a correlation there. And of course, with trust in institutions.
Especially because I really think as a lawyer, I think you can understand me, we always have to think that judicial power is the most important and last gatekeeper. That means that if we really wait, we have a lot of tools to prevent, to fight, but at the end, we know that the good and independent and impartial judicial system can really play a fundamental role in fighting corruption. So we have to take care about it, of course.
If I may, because that's essential to stop impunity. And impunity is one of the problems in the fight against corruption, because the message that you send to the society when we are living in a culture of no consequences, nothing happens. And I think Jacqueline mentioned in one of the slides, consequences. Consequences should be attached and enforceable and tangible and timely, in order for the society to see, okay, it is not the right thing to do to go this path, because there are consequences, at least in a deterrence mood, no? You create another barrier to make people think before going into this. But if there is impunity, the message is, hey, nothing happens. Let's go. Everybody do the same. Why not me? And this culture is really the culture of indifference, the culture of impunity, the culture of no consequences, and we cannot create a fair society where we can trust each other and respect rules and have certainty. And we need certainty to have a fair society and to have a collective project, let's say, to live in a community. We need certainty. We cannot live our lives suspecting of everything because nothing happened and everything can be wrong. That's the problem in our world nowadays.
So let's try to turn and give a a positive last words in this last 5 minutes that we have. So thinking about some actual and effective tool that we can use within our company, public or private both, that can help to really prevent and fight, corruption. We're talking about mainly an old but always useful compliance program, for example, anti-corruption management system. In Italy, we have the model of organization and management of the public and private companies to prevent crimes. And then on the new ones, the tools helped by or powered by artificial intelligence. We are discussing also about these two possible ways to help fight against corruption, to give also the hope that it is possible to reach the zero corruption aim. Delia, with Nicola Locca, the president of the Anti-Corruption Committee, we put a very high level standard, hoping that we will reach the zero corruption level. But that means that we have to put in place all the possible activities, tools, instruments that we have. So what do you think and how do you think compliance program and new tech tools can help and the fight against this crime?
That's a very important question because, as you know, artificial intelligence has invaded all what we are doing, including lawyers, which has some interesting examples. But of course, the first thing I would say about these tools in general, because there are many of them powered by this artificial intelligence, large language models, is that they are tools. So the key issue is how you use those tools. What for are you using the tools? What guarantees or barriers are you using to guarantee that you are a responsible user of artificial intelligence? Because artificial intelligence is a complicated tool that can hallucinate. Ask our colleague, the lawyer in New York, who almost lost his clients because he said, I was working with artificial intelligence, citing inexistent jurisprudence, for instance, and was punished by the judge. But what I mean is, use the technology as a tool to help you in what you are doing, discovering patterns of suspicious conduct. Because the possibility that these tools give us is the possibility to analyze big data. Big data should take humans lots of time. We will always arrive late at the solution. So let's use this to discover patterns of suspicious conduct in providers or in public procurement, whatever. Let's use this to connect the dots if you are doing auditing, for instance. If you are doing anti-money laundering activities in a bank, if you are a bank, or if you are working in the public sector, these tools, in some, you might remember the Lava Jato case, the car wash case in Brazil. I am sure Jacqueline is aware of that. The Transparency International chapters in the whole region, because this case affected 11 countries in Latin America and 2 countries in Africa with the same corrupt scheme, applying money to politics and getting privileged access and all that, and contracts. We use an artificial intelligence tool to connect the dots between the participants in these big schemes that goes beyond the borders of each of the countries. And we facilitate this to the prosecutors to use this, which we have discovered or picture in fact, connecting companies, bank accounts, etc. So in anti-money laundering, in grant corruption auditing and investigation, these tools are very, very useful. If you are a banker, if you are a manager in an insurance company, or you are just applying this artificial intelligence tool to hire people in your company, without the needed safeguards, you might be applying bias that you don't know, because in fact, not even the designers of the tools can explain why the tool decide or give us a result. They don't know. Imagine we, the lawyers or the accountants or the the human resources management who is applying this technology to select the candidates or hire the candidates. If there is bias in the design of the tool, that will be reflected in the results. If you are deciding whether to give a credit to a person and there is discrimination embedded in the model, you will be discriminating. And that's another risk. Coming back to the compliance officer, have a look at the artificial intelligence tools that are being used around the company, not only in the auditing or the controlling or the monitoring or due diligence, for instance, very useful tools for due diligence, absolutely necessary to facilitate the due diligence, the vetting of providers or new persons for the board or whatever it is. But you have to be very careful. And my last thing in this is, don't delegate the decision to the tool. Because when the company or the government delegate the decision to the tool, and we have had plenty of examples in the recent years, for instance, the scandal in the Netherlands related to the subsidies, social subsidies, assigned according to the ranking established by the tool, and the tool was discriminatory. They were not taking into account the right elements. Remember the UK exam during COVID, where the qualifications in order to enter one university or other or no university was given by an algorithm. And that was a very interesting example, because I remember seeing in the news and reported in newspapers, people taking to the streets with pancards and saying, and you will forgive me, fuck the algorithm. Fuck the algorithm, because the algorithm doesn't know me. And you are, in a way, determining my future. So use the tools, be aware of who are using the tools in the company, if you are in the company. With human resources selection of personnel, I have plenty of very dangerous cases which have generated judicial actions or complaints against the company. And probably the compliance officer was thinking, okay, technology is in the realm of the tech group or the tech management or IT. And there is a problem of compliance, sanctions, etc., because of there is the lack of use, the responsible use, particularly in companies in US or with headquarters in the EU, in the European Union, because the European Union is the group of countries which has the more developed artificial intelligence regulation. 2 days ago, the first guide of Article 5 and 4 were in place, and I am not sure whether the companies are ready. For instance, one of the articles says that the company should be trained or should have trained the whole personnel of the company in the use of the, and I see Juliana nodding, because you have to train people. It's not just training people about rules. It's much more complicated, and much more complicated in terms of integrity culture and the use of these tech. So use it with care and be responsible.
Well, I think that since we are a little bit out of time, but just in conclusion, to wrap up a little bit, I think that the most important fil rouge that we have from our discussion is that we have a human-centered compliance. We do not have tools, instruments, laws, regulation that can really work out of a change of mind, change of values of the human being. So I really think that we can, yes, we can really say that to fight corruption, we need a lot of tools, but mainly these tools are to be used by responsible and integrity approach made by person that made up of the companies.
Mm-hmm. I fully agree. The human center should be in the design of these tools, which is another issue because we have companies designing this. We have companies deploying this. Apart from the user, we have the creator. So in terms of the responsibility of companies creating these tools or distributing these tools, we have another kind of compliance responsibilities. But in general, and I think we are running out of time, I would highlight what I always do is my formula of the 4 I's, not I's, but the letter I, in order to fight corruption. What we need is more information, more integrity, less impunity, and less indifference. If we can work in all this, and for that we need collective action, we can arrive at the 0 level of corruption. So 0 tolerance to corruption, according to our friend Nicola.
Sergio, Lorenza, now it's up to you, the conclusion of this seminar, I think. Thank you very much, Delia. It's always interesting and inspiring listening to you, that you have not only the competence, but also the passion, and that both of these characteristics give really the strength and the inspiration. Thank you very much.
Thank you for you, Roberto. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to both of you, and Delia, I'm always admired. Actually, Roberto has said it for me as well already. So it's always so inspiring anyway to listen to you. So really, and I personally fully agree with you and your approach and your energy and passion. So I think that without passion, we don't go anywhere. So so we need to be passionate about everything. I think we do. So I think that we have, I think that a fact is that corruption has no borders. So it is pretty much worldwide. I think that today some takeaways, I mean, we have seen that we have shared approaches today, shared some, compared some best practices, and I think we have gained insights from all around the world, from different countries, regions, and institutions. So thank you very much for attending today. It has been a pleasure for me to host it with Sergio. And now I think I'll give I'll let Sergio conclude this afternoon session for some of you in the morning. For some of you morning. Thank you so much, everyone.
Yes, just before the last wrap up, I mean, I have just a couple of not questions but comments, or eventually a discussion with Juliana mainly. And a question for all of you. And one, Juliana, because what you said, I mean, your presentation is very similar to the ones, usually the lean manufacturing, so the operational excellence executives makes, and just due to an executive audience. So, and you said something very specific. So first of all, you talked about a strategy much more than a set of tools or something like that, and that's fundamental when you talk about change management. And everything looks like, I mean, sometimes I saw much more representation about change management than anything else. That's the story. You said listen, never judge, and that's fine. But I have a question. When you talk to executives, usually you have to talk about KPIs, no number, figures, whatever. So what's the KPI or couple of KPIs you suggest to executives about that area? So let's say you got a CEO, a COO, a CFO, whatever. What's the KPI of compliance, of integrity, or anti-corruption? So what's your idea?
So can you hear me while I was having audio problems? Great. So I will give a lawyer's answer. Depends. Okay. And why depends? Because first of all, when I was working in other companies, not at Schneider, okay, when I was working in South America, okay, the KPIs that my executives were very much interested were not exactly the same KPIs my executives here in Europe they are interested at. Something that they truly like, okay, is that was common in the two groups of executives with different approaches, different regions, but we all have the same goal, which is bring more business, increase the KPI, increase the profit, and etc. Okay, and Schneider now has I have one advantage, which is Schneider won this year again as the most sustainable company in the world. Fine, this is very nice, this is very beautiful, and it comes with all the responsibilities as well. So, what is the catch for them? First of all, I need to connect this with their goals, okay, personal goals, which are related to the Global Compact goals, because we are supporting the Global Compact, SDGs, and etc. So I need to talk a language that they understand, okay, and how this is going to turn out for their employee, for them as employees, in their benefits. So it goes back to my presentation. This is the first topic. The second one that they like the most. We do have one thing that is called One Voice, which is our employees survey. Okay. And we managed on the past 4 years to include one question whether people feel comfortable to report misconduct without fear of retaliation. There are many back and forth there and the comparisons with regions. And this is one of the KPIs that is linked to the SDGs goals of the Global Compact, which is linked to their performance goals of the key executives. So I have this number. And also we have another graph in which we use the number of cases per 100 employees. It is a KPI that we do, like we get the benchmark from the tool that we use internally as our platform, whistleblowing platform. They provide this to us, which unfortunately is very much US centric, but we do not have anything like more for Europe. So we take this more as a global thing, okay? And then like we show, so just thank you. So what we do is just like we compare, like for instance, United States that has the majority, that has the biggest quantity of reported cases, okay, because they have 35,000 plus employees. I cannot compare United States with the Nordic and Baltic that we have about 5,000. Okay, so we have this comparison per 100 employees of valid cases. Okay, what is valid cases? Sorry to be repetitive, but valid cases are those cases that are indeed a misconduct. Okay, whether they are confirmed or not after investigation is another thing. But we do not count the cases in which people are talking that they do not agree with their performance review, or like the food in the cantina is not good. This is not cases for compliance. Okay, so we collect this valid and no valid. So these are the kind of KPIs that we compare. So we say that, look, if we have a certain number of cases, valid cases reported per country and per region, and the index related to whether people feel comfortable or not to report, they need to be proportioned. So when I arrived here, we have like a high level of trust, but we didn't have cases reported. And then I showed to my executives, say, look, this is not talking to each other. And they didn't understand because they thought that having cases reported was good, was bad. And I said, no, on the contrary, it means that you do not know. And that means that we cannot target our actions. So this is pretty much what I tell them.
No, it's clear. It's clear. It's a matter of metrics. No, if you don't have an idea what's the standardization of metrics, usually you just use the different tools to get the number. But anyway, just about okay, Juliana, that's, I think it's definitely clear. I think we should maybe be focused on an event, I don't know if with Alice or something else, about the metrics of this side. So how to, because I saw a lot of ideas, but not really standard metrics. But anyway, so I got a question for all the other speakers. Obviously, we don't have so much time, but anyway, that's the story. If you could give a percentage, no? So the title of the event is this just matter of integrity? So what do you think it's integrity about anti-corruption? Is 40% important? Is 80%? Is 5%? Is 100%? Is 0%? I don't know. What's the, I would start from Olinda, who was the, yes, in the list was, no, Juliana was the first one, but you already talked now. So Olinda.
I think the title of the event, anti-corruption, I think it's a matter of quality of institutions, mainly. And I think integrity, it's a key point of the quality of institutions. I think it's the base for having very, very strong institutions. The country who has strong institutions is a rich country, and if we can achieve strong institutions, we can have trust citizens in our institution, and that's what make democracy works. So I think anti-corruption is a matter of integrity, yes, but the integrity is the key point of quality of the institutions.
Basic condition to have it. No, one of the basic ones. Jacqueline.
Okay. Hi. So in my point of view, integrity or the program compliance in all integrity programs is a set mechanisms to promote the good practice in our business, and not just private sector like Delia and Juliana told or Olinda, but is necessary to involve the society too. So I believe that I mentioned it in my presentation, this is a big collective action, sorry, because they involve all the stakeholders in society, private sectors, public sectors, social organizations, and the population too, because the corruption is a traditional culture in the most countries in the world. So we need to fight against this culture, traditional culture, to upgrade to integrity culture and not more anymore corruption culture. That's it.
Okay. Roberto? your opinion?
Yes, I think that it's a matter of integrity. It is. I mean, you hit the point with the title of this event. So I cannot say it's 100%, but it's a percentage that is shifting to 100 because, you know, Delia perfectly strengthened the fact that we have to move from rules to behaviors, from reaction to prevention. So we cannot say a percentage, in my opinion, because we're shifting this percentage higher and higher till forget the previous approach and give to this new approach that will work. I'm pretty sure that it will work.
That's clear. Delia, what's your standpoint?
I would say, in line with Olinda, that integrity is the foundation of the whole anti-corruption work. It's the foundation. The only word in your question that I could eliminate is just. Is corruption just a matter of integrity? And if we think about laws, rules, controls, transparency, disclosure, etc., there are many, many things in concrete, but the foundation is integrity. And the last resort against a corrupt case is one person being brave to say no. If we had that, because we have the rules, we have the incentives, we have, or just we have a person who does the right thing without waiting for being seen or controlled. That's the importance of integrity. And it is not, and I highlight this, it is not a philosophical discussion. It's a real day time conflict that everyone faces in all our activities, because the rules, and the lawyers here know, the rules usually don't have the exact case, the concrete case you are looking for. The rules need to be interpreted. The rules are helpful, but they need to be explained and understand in order to match the cases. If you want to, but that's not only in anti-corruption. In general, lawyers face that every day. You receive a client with a case and it says the law must say that I have the right. Well, it depends, as Juliana says. Why the lawyer says always, it depends, because we have to interpret the rules. And that's the interpretation should be founded, should be constructed on integrity. If not, we are mistaken. Just creating institutions, rules, and that creation of institution has been the reaction of every society whenever the social basic value consensus is broken. From the Romans to the actuality. You start with a consensus on what is right and what is wrong. But when that is broken in a society, the reaction is let's pass laws, let's approve codes as a reaction from the society. But that's not enough. The foundation is to reconstruct with society and all the sectors in society this consensus on what's right and what's wrong.
Clear. So just final couple of words for today. So first of all, thank you very much all. And it's been was a long conference, but definitely interesting because we moved from Liberia to Portugal, from Spain to Argentina, Italy, Brazil, many places. So Georgia, sorry, and many, many others. And I read the list of the countries of the participants was a kind of 40 nations, kind of that. So we will make the same conference next year. I think February 2026. We are already building up that. Some of our people of the conference will join the GACIF conference of Paris online or in person. And thank you very much to the speakers. A special thank to Lorenza, who's been very, very, very good in presenting all the speech and making all the swap necessary for that. And thank you very much again. Thank you all. Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye. Have a nice day.
See you next time. Thank
Bye.
you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.